So, this is where I live these days. So, to tell you the full story, the person you may know as Dodesmite was staying with me for a few months. They just went home today. In the meantime, the bed broke. There was a crack in the bed that I'd been ignoring, in the bed frame that I'd been ignoring for a while. But it was getting worse, and then Dotes just sort of was like, should we just say fuck it? So I'm a floor-pilled ground cell now. I live on the floor, on a mattress on the floor. At first, my back was hurting a lot sleeping on the mattress on the floor because it's much harder than the bed frame. Like, I don't really know why, but yeah, it's much harder on the floor. I guess the wooden slats beneath the bed on the frame give some cushioning, but that's not the case on the floor. But now it's basically fine. And the floor, mattress on the floor, it's like having a bedside table that just extends for the entire length of the room, which, as you can probably see from the mess, is something I've been abusing. I am going to clean, hopefully, in this video, by the way. This video will contain a lot of cleaning, hopefully. So yeah, there's that. There's other stuff I'm not sure if I want to talk about or not. I feel like that stuff deserves its own video, so I guess I'll just talk about that stuff in its own video, or maybe later in this video, I don't know. But that's the fundamental change that's happened down here. And we're examining the aftermath. You can see all of these white monsters in here. I don't drink white monsters, I drink these zero sugar monsters. Those are 0 calorie monsters. They don't taste like Monster. They taste like white Monster, but I like the normal classic Monster, and the 0 sugar blue Monster tastes like the normal classic Monster, but diet version. Other things to mention, I was brewing kefir. I was not brewing, but fermenting my own kefir for a while. Kefir is like a fermented milk drink. It's kind of like yogurt, which I've now stopped because it's impossible to make a small batch. Like, you have to constantly be brewing large amounts of kefir, basically, and it was too much for me to actually drink. But I also fermented my own sauerkraut, and that's fine. Like, the problem with kefir is, right, it's a very fast ferment, and if you leave it for, like, more than a couple of days fermenting, it over-ferments. It starts tasting kind of cheesy and yeasty and not that nice. Or overly sour, depending on the temperament of the bacteria. Whereas sauerkraut is a really long ferment, and so the longer you leave it, it just tastes better, pretty much. So with that, you do a batch of sauerkraut, and it's after a couple of weeks to a month, it's ready to eat, and then it will just get better as you go through the jar, which is pretty great. So the sauerkraut's gone well. I don't think I'm going to keep fermenting kefir, because you need to constantly refill it with milk as well, which is kind of expensive. Whereas sauerkraut, you buy a fucking cabbage once, and then you set it and forget it, which is great. It's a good way to get me to eat vegetables, because I like sauerkraut. And sauerkraut is also one of the easiest fermentations. And secondly, even if you do somehow manage to fuck it up, cabbage is super cheap, so it's not like you're wasting a bunch of money on cabbage. You just, it's fine. So that's number one of the aftermath. There's not really much. That's kind of most of the physical aftermath. Is my room is a mess, and the front room is even worse. The kitchen area, and I no longer have a bed frame. There's a storm in the UK right now, or yesterday, really. Crazy big storm. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. I went outside taking Dog's mate to the airport, and there were broken twigs and stuff from all the trees everywhere, covered in lichen. Other than that, I've discovered a YouTube channel. I already vaguely knew that these channels existed. I've discovered a YouTube channel called Mystery Recaps, and they just tell you in a very matter-of-fact robot voice what happens in various films. It's like watching films, but good. They just you hear the storm outside? I don't know if you got picked up on camera, but that was a big gust of wind. But yeah, they just tell you the plots of films. It's just like, you know how some of the thing about fair use is, does it act as a replacement for the original? Like, this is really pushing it, which I think is base. I'm sure any cinephiles in the audience would see a little bit and be like, no, you can't just have a robot voice tell you what happens in the movie. You have to watch the art of cinema. Yeah, but these aren't movies that I would want to watch, except for one of them. But none of these are movies that I'm interested enough to actually watch. But they're movies that are interesting enough. Like, the ones that do well are always basically movie with a big sci-fi premise, or movie with a big horror premise, or mystery premise type of situation. They're all like that. They're all of the popular ones on the channels are movie with big sci-fi premise that gets you engaged. But none of those movies are ever actually very good, most of the time. So, you know, instead of having to watch a bad movie just to get your fill of interesting sci-fi premise, the perfect example of this type of movie would be you know that one movie where there's no money, everyone pays with time, and then if your time hits 0, you die, like that. No, who the fuck wants to watch that movie? You know it's gonna suck, right? You know that movie's gonna be fucking awful. However, that's I guess kind of an interesting concept. I wonder what happens, and that's what the movie's for. You just speed run through the movie as the robot voice tells you bluntly what happens. I'll say one of the weird things about it is that a lot of the movies are comedies, but obviously you lose all the comedy when it's just someone bluntly telling you what happens. And so you get a lot of comments. I mean, firstly, the type of person, you know, the comments are not exactly going to be super fucking crazy anyway, but the comments are pointing out plot holes in these comedy movies because you lose the tone when the plot holes are there on purpose, or they don't matter to the movie. I'll tell you one, right? There's that German film about the big bad guy from World War II. I think I'll get demonetized. Wait, I'm not monetized anyway. I could just say Hitler. Why am I being around the bush? Hitler gets you know that German movie where Hitler is resurrected in the modern day, or appears suddenly in the modern day. I've seen clips of that and stuff, and I've seen people talk about it, but I don't want to fucking watch a whole movie of it, right? That's just not interesting enough for me to watch an entire movie of, because I feel like the movie would kind of suck, because it looks like it kind of sucks. So you just watch this guy tell you what happens in the movie, and it's the perfect middle ground of having watched the movie without watching the movie. It's the perfect speed run of the movie. I feel like it's very postmodern, this whole thing, you know? I feel like, I don't know. Yeah. So there's that. That's one thing I'm doing. What else am I doing? Been watching some anime recently. Shows I've watched recently include finishing Kodomo no Jikan. I know, don't judge me. I didn't actually like it that much, by the way, just to clarify. I gave it a 5. But I thought, I can't say I'm into that era of moe anime without having seen Kodomo no Jikan, you know? But anyway, Even though I didn't think it was that great, I sort of blasted through it. What else have I watched? We watched Realist Hero together, me and Dotes Mate. We caught up at least to where the airing is at time of recording. Although I'd already seen the first season. This season I'm watching Akebi-chan and Slow Loop. So those are the seasonal anime I'm watching. What other anime have I seen? I watched can't talk. Hakadoru, the animation, right? That's I'm kind of watching that. It's not that good, but it's kind of cool. But whatever. I don't know if I can actually recommend it. But it's only 7-minute episodes, so I'm just blasting through that right now. But the show that I'm most interested in that I'm watching is Moretsu Pirates. The first arc of that show, the first bit, that was really good. I really enjoyed it. Although I think the show's not the bit that I'm at now is not as good as the first arc, which is making me less want to finish the show because I'm like, no, you started so well, but it's just like the tone shifted and the cast is different, and I'm not sure about it. But the first arc was really, really, really good. I loved it a lot. What other shows have I been watching? Can I just go on my... there's other news, by the way, but I guess I'll just get to that when it happens. Moretsu Pirates. Oh, this. Kono naka ni hitori imoto ga iru. This one, or Nakaimo. It's a show where it's a harem show, but the conceit of why can't the main character just fuck the girls that want to fuck him is one of them's his mystery little sister that he doesn't know about, and he doesn't want to do incest. But it's kind of a mystery show. It's a harem show, but it's also at the end of each episode you get a little bit of a mystery plot line where something is revealed of which one of these is actually his long lost Imoto. I gave it a 5. It's about a 5 out of 10 type of show. But it was cute. There were cute moments. There were really fucking dumb moments though. Also. What else did I watch? What is this? The Dokujoma. Oh, I dropped this show. That's about it. I guess I watched Chio-chan's School Journey kind of recently. That was a while ago, though. That was a fun show, though. I recommend that one. Had some very funny moments. What else update-wise do I have to give you guys? That's about it, I'd say. I mean, it's not about it. There's other stuff, but there's stuff I'm all sketched out about talking about. I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, I don't know why I'm so sketched out about talking about it, but personal stuff type of situation. But anyway, that's about it for the first clip. The rest of this video will probably be me doing things, not just it'll probably be me doing things, dealing with the aftermath. I'm very fascinated by the movie Sucker Punch, the Zack Snyder movie Sucker Punch from 2011 or whatever. By all accounts, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the movie, but from everything I've read about it, it's supposed to be really boring and bad, but with good CGI. Everyone praises the CG and the aesthetics, but says that it's a terrible movie. But what I'm fascinated about is the weird, clumsy Zack Snyder political commentary in the movie, because it's okay, the movie clearly has some sort of feminist message, but what the fuck is the message? What I gather, my interpretation of it, if I was going to give a very generous interpretation, which I will, I'm willing to give Zack Snyder the benefit of the doubt, is that it's a very pessimistic take on nerd culture's misogyny, specifically like anime, because the main girl wears a seifuku, like she literally wears a Japanese seifuku, and it's clearly like anime styled. But then there's also like I think it's like, I don't know, but anyway, I think the point of it is, right, so if you don't know the plot of the movie, woman is framed she kills her abusive father or something in self-defense. I don't know. She gets sent to an insane asylum in the or whatever and lobotomized, and during the time when she's in the insane asylum, she hallucinates that she's in a brothel, but then while she's in the brothel, she hallucinates that she's like in an action movie situation. Like it's a conception. There's like 3 different layers. And so I think the idea, so she goes into the action world fighting situation where she's like fighting Nazis and robots and samurai and shit, dragons. She goes into that world while she's every time she has to like do brothel stuff, which is in the movie just doing like dancing, but I think that's supposed to be a metaphor for sex. And so, but you know, we can say it's actually the metaphor makes more sense. It doesn't. It actually makes a lot of sense if it's just like pole dancing or whatever, burlesque dancing. And I think the statement Zack Snyder is trying to make here is fundamentally there's no difference between a sexy dance number and a sexy action scene in terms of the exploitation of women for male pleasure. I think is the point Zack Snyder is trying to make here, right? Is that like when you see a scantily clad woman in an action movie or a video game or an anime killing bad guys for male enjoyment, just because you know she's killing bad guys doesn't get rid of the fact that fundamentally it's the same sort of appeal as, you know, be it working in a brothel, I don't know, doing sexy pole dancing or whatever. I think is the point Zack Snyder's trying to make. It's a very, I mean, firstly, again, according to everyone that I've read, the movie's bad, so already it fails. I don't know, it's just such a weird fucking movie. Like, why would Zack Snyder, of all people, feel like he has... I mean, it was a flop. I don't know, it's such a weird movie. What it feels like, right, is Zack Snyder, like, randomly stumbled across, like, Nanoher or something? Or Machine Girl, or as in the movie, not the musician, or I don't know, maybe like some like action movie with schoolgirls or whatever, the anime type thing, like Nanoher or something. Like maybe Zack Snyder saw the Nanoher movie in a cinema once, right? Zack Snyder not knowing anything about anime or Nanoher was just like, because this happened to some guy on 4chan, I think, right? Wait, no, it happened to some guy, like where he just accidentally stumbled, but ended up watching the Nanoher movie, like Nanoher A's movie, or no, Nanoher movie the first in a cinema, not knowing what to expect because it wasn't marketed as part of an existing franchise. Anyway, like it feels like Zack Snyder saw that, was like, this is misogynist, I'm going to write a movie and then everyone's going to know how misogynist it is. But ended up just making an actually misogynist movie. Because like, you can't be like, this is actually bad while doing it, to like an extent more than the thing you're criticizing. Like, yeah, it's such a fucking weird movie. It's kind of weird in a fascinating way, but not fascinating enough for me to actually watch it. So, just to give you an idea, I guess I can also give you an idea of the state of the kitchen. It's not good. It's not a good state. So here's the dealio. What I'm doing, I'm demonstrating food-wise things. I think I'm also sick. Just to clarify, I don't know what I'm clarifying, but I think I'm also sick a little bit, like just a cold or something. I don't think it's COVID because I don't have COVID symptoms. But not sure if people know this, but you can buy Greg's frozen to cook yourself at Iceland, which is what I did. Now, it's not the most cost-efficient food in the world. Shit. Almost dropped me Greg's. Fucking hell, mate. Okay. How long does that take? 30 minutes. Alright. 1 second. Just going to put you down there for 1 second. Actually, I need to time it on my phone, so I have to stop the recording and start it again. Point here being that, what was the point? I think I was going to make a point about food somewhat, like, cooking sucks ass. Those make kind of fucking, ruined me in terms of, well, I've been eating a lot of tendies. They're really good. And here's the problem with tendies, right? So that Greg's chicken bake frozen thing from Iceland costs about £2 something, £2.30 something, I think. Which is about the same. You get two. It's about the same as a Greg's chicken bake in the store per one. Obviously, the reason it's not cost effective is that in the store you're paying extra for service, right? You one of the reasons I'm willing to pay slightly more for Greg's than what it should be worth, considering the amount of food you actually get, is because it's quick, it's instant comfort food. You just get the food and you can go, and it warms you up and stuff, and you know what you're getting. Well, when you're cooking at home and it takes half an hour to cook from frozen, that advantage goes away, and so there's no longer really any reason to buy it other than I wanted Greg's and Greg's was closed, which is the reason why I bought it in the first place. Obviously, it's not that expensive, all things considered, but a Greg's chicken bake isn't really a full meal on its own. It's more like a snack. Whereas you can get a big bag of frozen chicken strips from Iceland for £3, and that's like, that can be like 3 meals if you, as long as you like the tendies that I get, the chicken strips from Iceland, which are not technically tendies because they're chicken strips, but they're the closest I can really find for a good price that taste good. They're kind of ridiculously good value for money. Like, you get they're like £3 for a massive pack, and you get, that's like, what? It's a shitload. It's a shitload of tendies, and they taste like really good as well. Like they're high quality. They don't taste like really cheap frozen chicken nugget type stuff that a lot of other ones could taste like. They taste like they're well seasoned. The breading's good and stuff. So those are like the good value. But then again, Greg's has like pastry and like cream and stuff, creamy sauce in it, and I assume like some sort of thickener for. I've always wondered, like, what's the thickener they use for the filling in the Greg's chicken bakes? I could just read the ingredients. My theory is xanthan gum, right? Because that's what the texture it gives me. Gives me xanthan gum vibes. But let's find out together, shall we? Why have I not just done this before? Well, I guess normally I get Greg's shop, not with the ingredients list. Okay. Water, fortified flour. Oh, this is going to be bad, right? It's not good for you. Cooked diced chicken breast, dextrose, palm oil, of course, full-fat soft cheese. This has cheese in it? It doesn't taste cheesy. It just tastes like white sauce. Soft cheese, milk, salt, modified starch. That's part of the thickener. Glaze. Skimmed milk powder, stabilizer, acidity regulator, color, cream powder, chicken stock powder, glucose syrup, salt, yeast extract based, chicken powder, rapeseed oil not based, wheat gluten, salt, stabilizer, and flavorings. So I don't know what the fuck is. I guess it's the, like, what is the thickening agent here? I guess they just, like, there isn't any particular modified starch. Is that the thickening agent? I'm not entirely sure. Personally, I don't know. I'm surprised. I thought I would see. I mean, I guess it's thickened with starch then. I sort of thought it was thickened with xanthan gum, but I guess I was wrong. Well, there you go. You never really know what's happening. My goals for today were start the cleanup jobby and go to the shop to get some groceries. Neither of those things are happening, given how I feel right now. Combination of, well, I just kind of feel bad. Sickness and brain sickness. Oh yeah, my IRL friend gave me this. I don't know if there's any witchy folks in the audience. This stuff, it's a Damiana. He didn't realize it. So here's the full story. That's an entertaining story. So his sister is a little bit into like occultic stuff, a little bit witchy stuff, new agey stuff. New agey stuff is probably the best way to put it. So he went to a new age store and bought some random thing for his sister to use. But it turns out, after Googling it, that it's like supposed to be it's supposed to be a male aphrodisiac, and he was like, I can't give that to my sister, so he just gave it to me. I haven't obviously tried it or anything. It just smells like a random herb. It smells like maybe a little bit thyme. It smells a bit like thyme, or maybe even a bit like rosemary. I don't know. It just smells like a generic herb. I have no idea what the fuck to do with it. I don't need male virility pills, or whatever. I don't know why he thought, like, why did he give it to me? I don't know, but whatever. So that's an amusing story. Yeah. So here is my goal. My goal is to make my album Acceptably Destructive Hyperdrone, the entire thing, and compress it to be 10 kilobytes or less. Obviously, I do not want it to all be on separate tracks. I would quite like it to be each song on one track. I don't remember the order of the album. Oops, doxed something there. Oh, thank you. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It's just me, exegesis, internal logic, life looms. Okay, well, seems we don't even have some of these. So, that's supposed to be the first track. The second track, I'll do this off camera. Okay, I now have the entire thing. Right, this is very much not low quality. So let's, okay, first step probably to make it, stop. First step would probably, okay, so we want to go file, export as MPV, MP3. Okay, now, let's force export to mono and turn the quality down to, you can't go lower than that. Constant. You go down to, what? But you know what, let's just go down straight to the lowest, and then if that's, we're going constant of 8 kilobits per second, this is going to be unlistenable. And let's just see what happens. So let's just put this in sounds. Okay. Lowest possible sample rate. Boom, boom. Let's see what this sounds like, and let's see how big it is. Okay, so that should be over in sounds. Immersion. This is still 2.2 megabytes. How listenable is this? Wow, unlistenable. Actually, this is kind of sick. That is kind of sick. Alright, now, let's fuck this. Let's import that. Just because fuck it. Okay, and then let's lower the volume a little bit so it's not peaking so much. No, it doesn't want to do that. Okay, well, fuck that then. Is it possible to, what can I do here? What I want to do is tools, maybe? Effect. None of this is quite right. Really what I want here, what about export audio? Will this let me? I think I've gone as far down as I can possibly go. Unless this makes it even smaller. I don't think it will, because this should just be exporting it in the same quality I imported it in, right? Yeah, it should be the same size. So there's really nothing I can do here. What I want to do is lower the bit rate when I export it, or lower the sampling rate. Maybe if I export it as an OGG, I can, and then make it even lower. This is going to sound really interesting. This is really cool. I like all of these little compression format artifacts. How can I open with? Pretty sure MPV can open OGGs, right? This has gone bigger. Yeah, that's just made it bigger. We don't want it to be bigger. We want it to be smaller. Okay, so let's think. How can I make this project rate hertz? I can't go lower than that. Unless it will it let me give it a arbitrary number? Like 4,000? Oh no, that just breaks it. Okay. Oh yeah, of course that breaks. That's just. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's what it's playing back at. That's not what it's exporting at. Idiot. Okay. Export audio. Now let's see. Do I have any other? Like, as far as I know from my knowledge, Maybe custom FFmpeg export. Maybe that's what I want. Open custom. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, if I wanted to get crazy with it, I think that's how I'd have to do it. Maybe there's some sort of advanced audio compression software I can download. There is a software called Advanced Audio Compressor, which is a Windows software. I'm just going to see if it will install in Wine. I didn't put an activation code in. I don't think you need an activation code. Okay, here it is. Oh, this is a real fucking program, right? Like, yeah, don't show this message again. And what was that other pop-up? Welcome to... Okay, we don't need that. Or it's just not displaying because of Wine or whatever. Okay, hopefully I can just... That looks like... Okay, file, open, and then it should be... music, sound, oh, wrong one. Sounds, immersion.mp3. Okay. MP3, turn the bit rate down as fuck. Channels, mono, sampling hertz, 8000. That's the lowest I can go. Oh, and it even tells me this is going to make it bigger. I want to make it smaller, right? Oops, didn't mean to press that button. Okay. Right, so, what are we doing here? Did this play it? No, this compresses it. Stop. No, fuck off. Okay. Path for saving. Okay, whatever. Okay. Not sure what that's doing. I would like it to be smaller, if possible. Minimum, maximum. Okay. I understand that bit. How did I get it to be so small then in the first place? Can't go lower than 8-bit, which I suppose makes sense. I've made it mono. You can cut audio in millisecond. Okay, I don't want to do that. Oh, if I select original, I can keep it at the same. I can reduce it by 1 megabyte. I can reduce this by 1 megabyte. Okay, you can change the interval to start playing. Okay, none of that's quite what I'm looking for. You can't go lower than any of that. I think, honestly, this is the lowest that anything will let me do. I mean, I suppose I could get deep in the FFmpeg weeds I think 10 kilobytes might have been a little optimistic here. I think for a whole album, 10 kilobytes per song might have been possible. But, yeah, Like, I'd be down to do some, like, crazy shit where it's, like, just cut off info. But that doesn't exist. So this advanced thing, it's not particularly advanced. Or maybe there just simply is no... One cannot get more advanced than this. Or maybe one can, because this is clearly old freeware, which is fucking sick, but, you know... This is looking bigger than it was before. This is not smaller than it was before. That, my friend, is a bigger number. That says 12, and this says 2. So, you know, what does that mean, eh? That means that's bigger, is what that means. Yeah, see, this is bigger.
This file made by the trial version of Untitled Compressor. Right now.
What the fuck? I wasn't expecting that. Well, let's get rid of this then. We do not want advanced audio compressor. This does not work. I don't know if I can go lower. For example, this online audio converter doesn't even go below 32 kilobits per second, which you know, I'm already at 8. So which is kind of nutty. You know, if I go on Audacity, you can see that the settings I was using before, 8 kbps, which is, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but much lower than 16 or 32 rather. So that's no good. Okay, let's see if Logic can do anything about this. I don't think Logic can do anything about this, but here's my tiny super compressor. Yeah, and then we're going to go File, Bounce, maybe we'll export, no, Bounce is what I want to do. And let's see, MP3, go, this doesn't even go below 32, so yeah, this is just pointless. I mean, I wonder if variable bitrate encoding will allow me to go even lower. You know what? Let's try that out on Audacity. I've never experimented with variable bitrate encoding, so this should be interesting. We want to export as MP3, and then we want to go variable. See, this doesn't even go as low. Can I go average to 8? Because I'm thinking if the average is 8, it might dip below 8, and therefore, but then, I'm doubtful as to whether this will actually go any lower. But let's see. That's fast. Still 2.2 megabytes. It sounds. I mean, it sounds cool as fuck, but yeah. I'm thinking 2.2 megabytes is the lowest we can go. Like, surely there must be some software that's just like, oh, you're fucking insane. Sure, I'll export at 2 bits, but I don't know what software would let me, like, because this is not a use case anyone would actually have, right? Because no one wants their music to sound like shit. I mean, okay, to be fair, right, if I really want to if I just wanted the aesthetics of this, here, loading up my I Miss the Rage cover, you know what, we'll just, let's just use this for example, right? What the heck? Okay, get rid of ozone. Right, if I just wanted the aesthetics of this, I have a plugin by Goodhertz called Lossy, which will emulate MP3 compression. However, it doesn't actually compress it. So, like, I could go like that, and now we have, like, crazy, right? But that's, like, yeah, not quite what I'm looking for. Like, that's what I want it to sound like, right? But I want it to actually be that tiny, not just emulated, because this will still export it. Like, I mean, it's good for music production, because that's going to still export it at the high-quality WAV if you want it to. It doesn't actually change the project's, like, the actual encoding of the file. It just emulates what that sounds like, which is good for a lot of uses. But I want something that will actually change the encoding of the file so that I can make things tiny, because tiny things are cool. Tiny files, small file sizes are epic and pog. I'm going to have to do more research, I think. Actually curious now, if I take a random song that I have made in the world, like, I don't know, I Miss the Rage, or actually let's pick Shadow People, because that's a better song. Right? High quality. Right, and then let's see what happens if I export this. Like, how small does this get if I export this with the settings I was using? I mean, yeah, how tiny can I get it using these settings? Let's bring it all the way down to 8,000. Okay, let's see what happens. See, that happened very quickly. Where did that just export? I think into sounds. See, that's now 216 kilobytes. It sounds like this. Which is about what one would expect it to sound like. Now, as far as I know, MP3 is the best. Maybe I should start experimenting with other file formats. I'll give it a check. Okay, I've downloaded some FFmpeg stuff. What's this gonna do? I don't really know. Okay, we don't care about that. All right, this is all sorts of crazy shit that I don't understand. From my testing, it still seems, although some people have said OGG can get smaller, so let's just see what happens here. Sample rate 1, bit rate 1. Let's just see what happens here. Compression. This is FLAC options. We're not doing FLAC options. Is there presets? No. Okay, let's see what happens here. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing. I've just done it to be. Okay, we want Og Vorbis. Okay, let's see what happens. Fuck it. Did it work? 4KB to. That's not it. Wait, 4KB? Wait, did it say 4KB? Am I tripping balls right now? Was that the one I just did? I guess it crashed because I did 1 bit rate. Alright, let's try this again. Nut. The fuck is nut? Compression. This doesn't see it like this is not. It doesn't give. Okay, this doesn't give me any idea of like compatible. No, all combinations. Okay. Sample rate 8,000. Bit rate 4. Let's see what happens here. Quality 5. I don't know what this fucking does. I have no idea what any of this, like, what does quality reference in this situation? Okay, well, something exported. I suppose it's this. It doesn't even register as an audio file. It doesn't even understand that it's an audio file. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Let's go a bit higher than 4 bit rate. I don't like. It doesn't tell me what units this is in. Is this literally? Do I have to type? Like, what does that do? All right, let's see. That was this. See, it still doesn't register it even as an audio file. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, open custom FFmpeg format. Okay. What looks good here? What looks good? What looks small? Comfort noise? What is this? Comfort noise generator. AAC. FLAC. Nelly Moser. What the fuck is Nelly Moser? Sonic. Vorbis. OGG. Oops. Oops. Every time you press enter, it just presses enter for you. Who would have possibly guessed? What if I just leave these blank? What happens? I don't understand how this page works. Okay, we're just going to leave everything blank and see what happens. Shadow People Master 2, let's call it. Okay, now I think this is just going to be uncompressed. In my guess, would be no. It's nothing. It's a text edit document. It's not an audio file. I don't understand. So I've tried WMA formats. It's not as still doesn't get as small as the lowest MP3 that Audacity will let me do. But it does sound interesting because WMA is the format that a lot of cell phones use to compress their voice. So it kind of sounds a bit like bad hold music. Waking up, I got no mood. What I did, I have the blues. Anyway, sorry, got distracted by my own music there. Still not, as you can see, still not quite as small. Not well. Actually, it's not really close even. So let's see. We're still aiming to get below 216. I need to do more research into OGG. I've been shit talking veganism kind of a bit recently-ish, but I'm coming back around. I think really, I'm more so against. I have no problem with vegetarianism, or like the stuff I don't like about veganism is that it's more of a system of ethics than it is a diet. I don't like that for obvious reasons. Being a Sterner guy, I think it's kind of silly. But like, for example, yeah, like I think eating a diet with less meat and more dairy and eggs and stuff is fairly fine. Like, in fact, good. Most people ate that in the past. You can get a full sustenance just from the myth. The legend goes, right, that you can eat just potatoes and butter, and that has all your dietary requirements. I think that's actually not true. I think you need a little extra stuff. But you can eat mostly potatoes and butter, and that has pretty much everything that a human being needs to live. You say you need butter, right? I mean, you can also eat just rice and beans. That's the other thing, and that is truly vegan, I suppose. But yeah, I just how do I put it? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like I don't know. But anyway, I'm coming back around on the idea of eating less meat. In large part for cost reasons, right? Meat is expensive. Meat is generally speaking the most expensive part of a meal. And I'm thinking about how I'm thinking like, given my monetary situation, I probably should be cutting down on the amount of meat I eat, not necessarily for health reasons or for environmental reasons or ethical reasons, but just for cost reasons. Meat is expensive. But I will definitely not be cutting down on animal products in general. In fact, I will be, just replacing one with another, really. So I'm probably going to be eating more not. This is how you know that it's not healthy. Cured pork is like some of the cheapest meat you can buy, and it's perfectly good for you. Like it's not good for you, but it's perfectly fine. Although you can't really eat a steak type meal. Not that I'm eating steaks, but I'm thinking, maybe it's time for me to cut down on the amount of red meat I eat. Not cut it out, but just for price reasons, just for cost reasons, it's not the most cost-effective way to eat food. However, I'm definitely not going to be cutting down on butter. I'm definitely not going to be cutting down on, animal fats, eggs, honey. Gonna be keeping all of those. I'm not gonna stop eating meat because that's stupid. Why would you do that? I'm just going to spread my meat. Oh, that sounded wrong. That sounded very bad. I'm gonna eat less meat proportionally per meal. I'm also gonna probably start eating more cabbage because cabbage is really cheap, and you can turn it into sauerkraut if you want, which is tasty. Cabbage is also tasty. I should probably eat more potatoes as well because they're also really cheap and tasty. I mean, rice is good as well. In fact, rice is really the cheapest. Like I've been trying to work this out. I'm pretty sure rice is the cheapest food, right? Because I can go next door to the shop. It's not next door, but 5 minutes to the shop and get a massive bag of basmati for £16 or something, and that's like enough for it's like a month's worth of food or more. But I ate when I was the first time I was poor. I was like, I knew vaguely about rice and beans being good poor people food. So I sort of went a bit too hard on the rice and beans, and it's put me off beans. I haven't eaten beans for ages because I ate so much rice and beans that I just got so sick of it. But I think I got to start reintroducing beans to my diet because they're really good for you as well, beans. You should be a regular bean eater. I've talked about this before. Really good for your gut health. That's why anything that makes you fart, beans, cabbage, stuff like that, means it's good for your gut health. Really, I mean that's not technically true, but what it means is right. The reason you fart if you eat beans or cabbage or whatever is because you probably don't eat them that often, and so there's a particular thing in beans. I don't remember what the molecule is called, chemical, but it needs an enzyme to be broken down, and your body doesn't probably, if you don't eat it a lot, your body probably doesn't produce that much of that enzyme, and so it ends up being broken down in the lower intestine instead of the stomach, where bacteria break it down for you, which still works fine, but means that they pass methane. So if you should gradually incorporate more of these things into your diet so that your body gets used to it and makes the correct amount of that enzyme that you need now. And then why am I talking about this? Oh, I've given up on the compressing my audio thing. It's all stupid. It's all too complicated for me. I don't know if it's too complicated. It's just pointless. It's like, what am I doing? Why am I trying to make my song sound as worse as possible? It turns out being a NEET is way harder than having a job for a lot of people. You might think that sounds weird, but it turns out to be the case. And it turns out to be the case, as I've said this before on multiple occasions, like that one video, I think it's called My Friends Talking About Internet NEETs or whatever. I don't know. I also obviously talked about this a bit in Wages and Akaji, but NEETs they're complaining Andes, Hikikomoris as well. They complain a lot about being bored, not having any direction in life. Wake up, browse the internet, go to sleep feeling unfulfilled, stuff like that. And it seems like they're generally NEETs by necessity. Like, they don't like being a NEET, but they can't physically bring themselves to exist in the world. But if they sort of get, cured, much like that one guy, much like the anime NHK New Yokoso, where the real money trading hiki NEET fat guy is like a bad person until he almost starves, ends up getting a job, and then suddenly becomes super happy and great, even though he has to do work now, blah, blah, blah. I find that to be fairly weird, because the guy was a super hardcore MMO player. So, like, working a job should be easy for him. He gets money, like, being a hardcore MMO player is, like, way harder than any job, really, in terms of the dedication and stuff. I suppose it's also more rewarding than a lot of jobs, but anyway. I think the thing, like, one of the things that I see is, like, get a hobby. And it's weird to me that people don't have hobbies. Like, what do you do? What do you mean you mean there are people who just don't have, like, 20 hobbies they're cycling between? I've been a NEET for at least 5 years. About 5 years. Oh wait, I was in university. I forgot I went to university. I forgot that there was a moment there where I went to university for 3 years. So I've been a NEET for like 2 years, but then I'm an experienced NEET. I've been a NEET in between all of these things for like years at a time. And honestly, I don't understand what the big deal is. It's just fun. It's just good. I think people are just retarded and don't know how to self-direct, but I've never had it. I guess I learned to self-direct at a young age. Because I don't know, never had video games growing up. Never had TV growing up. So had to figure stuff out for myself. Not because I'm a better person, but because my parents were strict. When I went to my mum's house, who had Cartoon Network and would let me watch TV all day, I just watched TV all day. But at my dad's house, we didn't have cable or anything, and he wouldn't let me watch TV all day, which was probably a good thing. He also didn't let me have a games console or anything. So I just read books, mostly, and found out ways to, have fun. But maybe that's why I'm good at it. I don't know. The point is, also I started using G, the 4chan board G, recently, like daily. I used to visit there like occasionally, but now it's kind of cringe to admit this on the internet. But yeah, it's not good. Like, G isn't good. I can't say it's a good board, but I just sort of ended up in this situation. Yeah, a lot of, like on G, neat is an insult, which is very strange, having spent most of my life on maining R9K, which I don't go on anymore, but I grew up on R9K, where people would accuse each other of not being a neat as an insult. It's weird for saying G, where people call each other neats as an insult. Like, but the specific way they use neat as an insult is that, like, X distro is just for neats or something like that, because it requires a lot of free time to maintain, which firstly is never actually true. But anyway, I have to say that if you're a neat and you're struggling in life, go on G, find whatever they accuse of being bad, and just install it. No, don't do that, because then you'll end up with Windows. Go on, just fuck around with weird computer shit if you're into that. If you're not, then don't, obviously. Like, I want a weird Linux distro with weird Linux stuff on it. Artix, right? Like, one of the things, for example, I don't have dmenu installed on my computer. I talk about this all the time because it's easy to explain. I don't have dmenu on my computer, which is normally how people launch programs in tiling window managers, because I spent an evening figuring out that you don't need dmenu and you can do these things with a fuzzy finder and a terminal and stuff. And that was interesting. And so now I have that. Tinkering. It's a fun hobby. Like, people on G say, blah, 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 it's just a hobby, blah, blah, blah. Hobby OS is an insult. A job is just a hobby you get paid for, really. It's just a shit hobby. There are a million things that I enjoy, or countless hobbies or whatever, right? And, anime, Linux, these vlogs, my blog, making music, there's all sorts of things. One thing I definitely would recommend looking into, like, what you want to do is find some random part of your life that you feel like you can optimize, and then just focus on, like on my computer, for example. My ThinkPad's kind of old, but it's not like old enough that I actually have to really, really care about like every megabyte of memory I'm using. Like, it's fine, but because it's just a fun target to try and hit. Is like, use minimal software. Like, that's a fun target to hit, and in doing so, you learn. I think that's the most important thing, is you want to always be learning, even if you're not actively doing stuff. You want to be trying to learn as much as possible. Reading, obviously, is good. As a neat, I can afford to dedicate however many years of my life to very, very slowly figuring out what the fuck Nick Land is talking about. Because, like, normally you'd either need to already know philosophy well, right? But I didn't. But I just found this guy, and I was like, this guy looks fun. And it's like, yeah, I have the time to watch 5 hours of lectures about Nick Land's philosophy of Bitcoin, which I did the other day. And then after that, go straight into reading the Xenosystems compilation. That like I have the time to dedicate to doing that. It's kind of the opposite of meditation. Being a good neat is the opposite of meditation. When you're meditating, if you notice a thought pattern, you're supposed to acknowledge it and then let it go. If you're a neat, what you should be doing is following every little impulse you have to the end of its rabbit hole unconsciously. Like, if you have an impulse of, like, I wonder what X is. Like, let's say, I don't know, you're reading a book, right, and you see a word that you've never seen before. A lot of, and you Google it. You're like, what does this word mean? You Google it. Then you end up on the Wikipedia page for that word. And then you end up 2 hours later down a Wikipedia rabbit hole, and you're reading about some, I don't know, obscure conflict somewhere, right? Like, That's what you need to be doing. That's a good life. Or like hit some random link, and then you end up in this web ring, and you're looking through all this web ring, and then you're like, well, I should follow these people's RSS feeds, and so then you do that, and then you're like in your RSS reader, and then you're looking at all the RSS stuff you have to catch up on, and it's all good. I think people just don't, or like setting yourself tangible goals, or just like having themes that you're participating in. Like right now, there was a while where I was in I don't know. Being impulsive is a good thing when you're a NEET. The world of work is designed to suppress your impulses and control, which really what that means is control your desire. Because an impulse is just something that you get an urge to do, right? You desire something that you desire. And so the world of jobs and the world of capitalism is all designed to control your desire so that you only want a certain subset of things. That's what a control society is. Being a NEET is all about freeing yourself from that and following your impulses, libidinal desire, right? Like just the second you get the urge to, like, for example, you look on my Mal and there's shows that I'm watching that I've been supposedly watching for like over a year, like Nininga Shinobuden, which I started watching ages ago, watched 8 episodes of and never finished, but it's still on my watching list. Because what happens is I start a show like that, and then I start it at 1 a.m. or whatever, and then I'm like pass out at the 8th episode, and the next day I'm just like, I don't know, about to go watch it when I go on Mal and some other anime catches my eye. I'm just like, oh shit, and you just blast straight through that new one. Like that's I think a good thing. That stops me from getting bored. Like if I was always forcing myself to do things, that's not good. It's not sustainable. I also think cooking, like right now, one of the things I'm getting into, well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but like there are so many things you can do just by your own hands. Making, learning, doing. These are the adjectives. They're not adjectives. What are they? Verbs that you should be looking for. Not so much watching, but sometimes, or listening. Reading is good, but not that good. Reading is a bit overhyped. Like some people perceive knowledge as false unless it was read, which is just weird. If anything, video is denser than text, because, well, whatever, that doesn't matter right now, but I don't know, people just don't have ideas, and then they're NEETs, and then that makes them have fewer ideas, but shouldn't you be a NEET and have more ideas? You see stuff like this, right? An emerging crisis. The climate is changing too fast for plants and animals to adapt. That is them adapting. Dying out is part of adapting. That's how it works. That's how evolution, natural selection work. I'm getting... Climate change is not the problem here. I don't like the focus on the world is going to be 4 degrees hotter. Okay, if you don't live in an island nation, you're fine. Like a tiny fucking island nation. If you live somewhere where people live inland or can afford to build dikes, which they will, dikes aren't even expensive. They were making them in the fucking Middle Ages in Holland. You're fine. That's not the problem here. The problem is resource scarcity. The problem is that we're going to run out of oil and lithium and cobalt and helium. The problem isn't that the Earth is going to get a bit warmer. It's not going to kill you. Might kill a couple of plants and animals and shit. They're fucked anyway. It's too late they're fucked anyway. When I'm happy, there's this Nirvana lyric. I miss the comfort of being sad, right? When I'm happy for an extended period of time or just not depressed, that lyric really rings true to me. And right now I'm sad, and I'm like, I never make an effort. Like, when I'm happy, I get sad that I'm not sad, because being sad is kind of comfy. And right now I'm sad, and I'm trying to appreciate the comfort. There are bleeping noises. Hey guys, I basically just woke up. It's like 4 p.m. and I have to be careful to only show this from this side. But I woke up, checked my phone, and I received a very exciting email to tell me that my delivery had arrived. And I will now show you. This is the delivery. You might be like, oh shit, don't see that. Naked. What's that? Well, this is just a box that it came in. It's second hand, because I assume it's just the box that the person had. Actually, let me get my tripod thing. I know it's somewhere around here. It's somewhere down here. It's somewhere over here. It's somewhere under here. Where the fuck is it? I saw it just here, very recently. Over here maybe? Slightly over here. A little bit over here. Under here maybe? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, it's here, where I normally keep it. Who would have expected it to be in the place where I normally keep it? I would never have expected that, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Set up there. Alright. Okay. Wow. Comes with a dock. It's a ThinkPad X60. Look, IBM ThinkPad X60S. Wow, so cool. It's very thick because it has a dock, so it's a... Can you see that okay? Okay. Take the dock off by doing that, I believe. Yes, this is the ThinkPad. This is the dock. Ooh, what's this? What is that? Okay. It's a little scratched on the outside. Needs a little cleaning. Might get around to that. Oh, the keyboard feels fucking good. Ooh. Does it have charge? It has charge. Does it have an OS installed? It's booting. The screen's shit. It's a little dusty. It has Windows installed. Windows 7, I think this is. Wow. Oh, the clicky. The mouse feels way better than my X220 or my X200. The mouse actually feels great. I mean, like the mouse buttons. It doesn't have a physical mouse pad. It doesn't even have a mouse pad. Windows 7 Professional. Well, we don't need Windows 7 Professional on it, obviously. So my plans with this computer. Scan your finger. Well, that's obviously not going to work because I'm not the guy that sold this to me. I don't know what they're expecting. I'm surprised he didn't wipe the hard drive. But it turns on and it has an OS installed, so it has a hard drive and everything. what else have we got here? Big battery, extended battery. Yep, this is a ThinkPad. How does one remove the battery? Okay. Big battery. I mean, hey, it works. Let's go check to make sure there's actually a charger in the box somewhere. That would be a bit of a problem. Yeah, okay. There is in fact a charger in the box. And it's the same charger as my other ThinkPads, I think. Looks the same. Well, it's on this side. Interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the exact same as all my other ThinkPad chargers. I have about 50 of them. Wow. What a beauty. What a beaut. And I even have the fucking dock, which he just threw this in for free. And you can do that if you want, you know. This is how satisfying that is. I used to have one of these for my X200, but I never use it. I used to use it to connect it to a second screen. I don't necessarily need a dock, you know? Not something that I need in my life necessarily. Is that connected? No. I'm not entirely sure how this works, fundamentally. So you just push it down. I know, I can't really get distracted with this. I can't be fucking around installing Linux on this yet. I'll tell you my plans for it. Oh, there's instructions here. Close it. Okay, number 1, turn the lock off. Is that? What's the lock? The reason I ended up buying he was like, do you want the dock or not? And I was like, I don't need the dock. However, it has a DVD drive in it. And I was like, maybe one day I will need a DVD drive. Is that the thing? I have no fucking clue what I'm doing right now. Then you sort of like this. Is this what he's saying? Is this what Mr. IBM is saying? And then there should be an on button here, right? I have to say, this is in very good condition. The keyboard's interesting. Well, it's an English keyboard. GB, great. It's a GB type keyboard. Hey, you might want to actually come around here and look at it. So, it's a GB keyboard. There's the pound sign and stuff, and the hashtags over here. But look, it has tiny buttons over here, like half-width brackets and stuff like that. So like half-width. I've never seen that before. Yeah, that's really interesting. No mouse pad or anything, just a fingerprint scanner that I will not be using, which is obviously good because the first thing I always do when I get a ThinkPad is disable the touchpad because they suck. Yeah, honestly, it's a little dirty, like there's kind of some dust on it, but other than that, like, this is in great condition, I would say. And I'm genuinely excited to do what I plan to do with this. So, but not right now because I have other shit that I'm supposed to be. Well, I can't get distracted with this. I have to go to the shop, and to go to the shop, I have to have a shower. So I need to have a shower, then go to the shop, and then I can start fucking around with my new X60S ThinkPad X series. I've realized this video is probably going to be one of my long ones, you know. there was the possibility that this ended up just sort of just like a generic update video, but no, this is going to be another 10-hour vlog, I feel like, because I've got so much shit to do. This is going to be a vlog where I exist. Was that a spider that I just saw? I don't fucking know. This room's a tip. All sorts of stuff's going to happen in this vlog is what I'm trying to tell you. Also, the other thing that arrived is this. This looks like something, but it's screws, because I lost some screws out of my other ThinkPad, so I need to screw those in. I hope they're the right fucking ones. I did read the manual, but that's right. The design manual, the hardware manual for ThinkPads, they're all on Lenovo's website. I highly recommend, if you own a ThinkPad, going through the design manual, the hardware manual on Lenovo's website. They're really useful resources. Just read through it. There was a bunch of stuff that I was reading through, and I was just like, oh, that's really interesting. Even though I'm probably never going to need that information, it's just really interesting. So anyway, so the stuff I need to do today, the stuff I need to do today is, ideally, my plans are go to the shop, start cleaning. I'm questioning whether start cleaning is going to happen, but I can't not go to the shop. I don't have food, so I need to go to the shop. So my plans for the ThinkPad, right? I guess the caffeine pill's kicking in. That's why I'm suddenly talking. My plans for the ThinkPad are, and here are the steps. Well, I want to lib reboot it, and I want to install. That's why I got an X60 specifically, is because they're easily lib rebootable. I believe the X60S. I don't think it makes a difference if it's S or not. If it does make a difference, then damn, I fucked up. But whatever. But the X60 series is you don't need a flash. I mean, you don't need to solder anything to the motherboard or anything to lib reboot it. You just do it all in software, which is really good. And then I plan to install Alpine Linux on it, which is, if you don't know, a super autistic, super minimal Linux distro, which I've tried to install on a Raspberry Pi before, but the way you install it on a Raspberry Pi is a diskless install. It's really weird. So, I'm just going to be doing a normal install, and hopefully that's fucking sick, because Alpine's super minimal and lightweight. I actually have a use case for a really minimal distro this time, and I'm going to try and keep it as unbloated as possible, because obviously the X60 is really old and can't really handle bloated programs. So that's, and the way I'm going to go about this, I think, is, first step, I'm actually going to install I'm just going to install a Just Work. I'm going to lib reboot it first, and install to do that, I'm going to install a Just Works distro, like Manjaro or something. I know, cringe, but whatever. Just because I just want to get up and running as fast as possible. And then in Manjaro, I'll lib reboot it. And then after it's lib rebooted, I can install Alpine. Yeah, because I don't want to go, I'm not even sure if all the tools for lib rebooting a computer are available on Alpine. I haven't really looked up how to do it, but as far as I know, it's very simple. But yeah, I don't want to risk installing Alpine, not being able to lib reboot it. That's just silly. But yeah, isn't this exciting? Isn't this so exciting? A new ThinkPad joins the family. I'm going to bring it into its new home. This is very satisfying. Wait, put you down a second. I really hope that you can't see any of the text on these letters that are on the table, because those are all like legal documents and stuff. Pretty sure you can't see any of the text though. Yeah, there's legal stuff going on. Maybe one day I'll talk about that. But yeah, here's the new computer in all of its glory. Wow. Wow. All of its glory. It says IBM on it. Isn't that so cool? It says IBM. Yeah, I'm a fanboy. I'm a ThinkPad fanboy. I mainly bought this to live, reboot, and install Alpine. I mean, that's the only reason I bought it. So, you know, that's it. I suppose that's all I had to say. The ThinkPad arrived. Isn't that exciting? It is exciting. It's very exciting. Okay, now I have to have a shower and go to the shop. I don't think I was just so should I try vlogging in the shop? Vlogging? No, I'm not going to do that. Firstly, I'd probably end up accidentally doxing myself. And secondly, it's just weird, champ. But from the shop, yeah, I just need basics. I need rice, I need bread, I need meat, I need vegetables, you know, all the genres of food. A flour is actually an important thing I need because I plan to make some flatbread at some point. Yeah. I think I should, honestly speaking, no, fuck it. I don't know. I'm like, I should really be cleaning up my room first, but you know what? Like, who gives a shit, man? I'm kind of sick. Like, I've kind of got a cold or something, which sucks because I want to drink. I want to get fucked up, you know? I want to get fucked up and party and have fun, but I'm resisting. I'm restraining myself because drinking alcohol will make my cold worse. So I'm trying not to do that. Which is fine. You know, I'm not an alcoholic or anything. Heh, not anymore. And who needs booze when you have anime? But although sometimes you need booze because you're watching anime, you know, sometimes you're watching a terrible isekai and you need you need something to get you through it. Okay, I think I've run out of topics. Shower and go. That's my new plan. Let's go.
Got out of the shower. Gonna go on a quick tangent before I go to the shop. What time is it? Oh shit, I actually need to head out to the shop real quick. So, quick tangent. I've seen a lot of right-wing type, trad type people, like Lindy Man, for example, saying stuff like, oh, breakfast is a meme. The ancient people didn't eat breakfast. Which is half true, but actually the reality is they didn't eat lunch. Breakfast is a really old, like, break fast. It's a very old English word. But what they would have actually done is wake up, and have basically a brunch. They would have woken up, and this is true for most places in the world because most people were farmers, and this is kind of applies everywhere. There's not much food you can eat really quickly as soon as you wake up. Like if you have, before the invention of like rolled and processed cereals, like if you wanted grains when you woke up, you'd have to boil them for hours. If you wanted, you know, all the milk and eggs, you'd have to go collect them. Like what would happen is you'd wake up, milk the cows, collect the eggs. Maybe your wife would. You know, she would also do all this stuff, right? And then you'd work on the farm for like a few hours, like maybe 4 hours, whatever. Then you'd come in and have your breakfast. You'd break your fast, right? And then you'd have probably cured meat, depending, it's seasonal. You'd have some sort of seasonal food, depending on what you had, depending on where you lived, right? There's a million different breakfasts. If you live by the seaside, you probably had smoked fish of some kind. That's very, very common across the world. Smoked pork, cured pork, very common breakfast. Some sort of grain that's been boiled into a porridge gruel type situation, that's also very common. Pickled vegetables, all of this sort of stuff, right? Not, you know, this was French toast, right? Because you'd probably have stale bread from the day before and milk and eggs, which you would collect in the morning. So French toast, although it wouldn't have really looked like modern French toast with all the spices and stuff. Well, it would have been spiced, but not in the same way, right? Wouldn't have been as sweet, although it might have been, but honey was expensive, so probably not. Then you wouldn't have lunch. What you'd do is you'd work on the farm until it was dark, you couldn't work anymore, and then, well, you know, not too hard, take it easy, right? But you'd work until it was, you couldn't really work anymore, didn't want to. You'd also be drinking beer the whole time. This is in, obviously, Western Europe, which had lots of calories in it. You wouldn't always be, it depends where you live. This stuff's way more regional than people think. Oh, the ancients didn't eat breakfast. People in some places ate breakfast, like, yeah, if you woke up hungry, you would have some food. But yeah, then you'd have dinner, right? Because even in the UK, there are some places that still call lunch dinner, right? Lunch is a modern invention. In Japan, you can also see that lunch was brought over from the West, and even today, people in Japan have very small, light lunches because it's not a cultural thing. So yeah. Like, you look in anime and they have these tiny fucking bento and you're like, you don't think about it? But yeah, they actually, generally speaking, Japanese people have a very light lunch. They're a good example because they're one of the most recently non-feudalist nations, right? They used to be feudal until very recently. But obviously this is not the case everywhere in the world. You know, there was no, the ancients didn't know, because people at different places ate different things. But on a practical level, it would have been very difficult to wake up and immediately stuff your face full of food. And the second reason is because you'd have your dinner, right? Probably work a bit more, go to sleep, right? Have your first sleep, then wake up in the night, because people in the past had a biphasic sleep cycle. Wake up in the night, have some cold meats, something like that, a little snack, fuck your wife, go back to sleep. And then you'd wake up and you wouldn't be hungry because you had a snack in the middle of the night when you woke up after your first sleep. This is just how things, like, it's not, they didn't eat breakfast. They ate breakfast, they just ate breakfast a couple hours later than we eat breakfast. And I think that's a good thing, because, like, after I'm a NEET, right, it feels like the idea of waking up, stuffing your face full of fucking cereals or whatever, it makes me feel sick. Like, it makes me feel gross for the rest of the day. You have to, naturally settled into a pattern of waiting a couple hours after I wake up to eat breakfast until I'm actually hungry, which I think is a really good thing. I think everyone should do that. I mean, I don't know any nutritional reasons that you shouldn't stuff your face full of food in the morning. It just feels bad. Like, I don't know. I feel like maybe you could just feel it, that it doesn't feel like something you should be doing. It's always felt bad for me, just stuffing my face full of food in the morning, like, quickly trying to get out. I hate that shit. So yeah, I just naturally end up waiting a couple hours after I wake up before I have breakfast. And okay, so there's a meme, right? It's a complicated double, triple whammy meme, right? The meme is people in America and the UK and whatever eat bacon and eggs for breakfast. And the reason they eat bacon and eggs for breakfast a lot is because there was a campaign there was a big bacon surplus in the American pork industry, and they ran a massive ad campaign. I don't remember when, sometime early-ish 1900s. Where they were like, bacon and eggs is the best scientifically proved best breakfast, right? In order to get people to buy more bacon because they had an industry surplus. However, that's the meme, right? Is that bacon and eggs isn't actually a good breakfast. It's just because the bacon industry ran this ad campaign, which is true. However, the reason that ad campaign was successful is because bacon and eggs was already a popular breakfast. Think about it logically. Bacon and eggs as a breakfast food goes back to the Middle Ages. What would you have had in the winter to eat for breakfast? You would have still had chickens, you could have collected eggs in the morning from your chickens, and you would have had cured pork, because people would have slaughtered their pig at the beginning of winter and cured all the pork into bacon. So bacon and eggs and bread would have been all things that people would have been staples of their diet during most of human history in Europe, and anywhere that had, pork and eggs, pretty much. So, although the modern idea of a huge plate of bacon and eggs is kind of a meme, people would have probably eaten proportionally more of that meal would have been bread than bacon, as it is now, right? Generally, when you eat bacon and eggs, most of it's bacon, whereas in the past it would have probably proportionally been mostly bread, but that bread would have been toasted or fried almost in bacon fat, because you would have had the drippings, the gravy, what they called the gravy back then, of the curing bacon would have dripped into your little dish, little tray or pan type thing that you were frying your you were toasting your bread on, and so you would have had this delicious spread, and then probably butter on it too, because remember, these people were working in fields all day. They had needed a lot of calories, and you can get a lot of calories from fat, and so they probably would have had bacon drippings and butter on their fucking bread, cooking their eggs probably in bacon drippings, right? You ever cook your eggs in bacon fat? That's the best part of bacon and eggs. They would have definitely done that. They cooked almost everything in bacon fat and butter, like shitloads of butter, shitloads of bacon fat. They had great diets back then. Like, I mean, the bread sucked because it had like little bits of rocks and sand in it, so it kind of sucked. But you know, other than that, great. You know, they ate a lot of good food. The meme that like people in the past just ate plain gruel every day is such a fucking awful meme. They probably ate like people used loads of spices. Like, yes, salt used to be expensive. That doesn't mean they didn't season their food properly. They still season their food properly. You die if you don't. These people had very active lives. They often lived, you know, there's the whole everyone lived till 30. Not true. That's brought down by big child mortality rates. I shouldn't have to explain this. People, if you actually look at censuses and stuff, there's often people who live till 60, 70, whatever, right? It's just that there was a much bigger child mortality. If you were much likely to die within the first 3 years of life than you are now. If you made it past 3 years old, you're probably going to live, you know, only a couple decades shorter than you would live now. People didn't really live to 100, but it's quite common. Even when I was in school and read the Doomsday Book, which was the first big census of England, that you see in almost every village there's elders, there's people who are 70, 80, you know, they're blind or fucked up, right? But they live for a long time. It's not super uncommon. In fact, I'd say it's more a rule than anything else. And so, what was I saying? Forgot completely. So the idea that these people had shit diets is just bullshit, right? They had very active lives, and they must have eaten well, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to have those active lives. And they did eat fairly well. And you know, salt was expensive, but it's compared to gas or petrol today, right? It's an expensive thing, but you have to buy it. You can't not buy it. So yeah, people still spent money on salt and spices. If you look at medieval food, it has a lot more spices in it than modern European food, because French cooking fucking ruined everything. The invention of French cookery was just like an evil imperialist invention by France, and that ruined food forever in Europe. Yeah, you can tell that it's imperialist because the model of the French kitchen is based off of the army, right? It should be obvious, right? It's based off of the army because it was invented by the government in order to regiment cooking, like they'd regimented the army so that they could export their culture that they had just made up, because this isn't what anyone was actually eating. This was just an invented food. It's like Thai food, or not Thai food. Yeah, it's Thai food, whatever. Like it's all just made up, right? French cooking wasn't actually reflective of what people ate at the time. It was just a manufactured imperialist thing. Anyway, I need to get going.
Okay, well that was a semi-successful shop. I got some stuff that I wasn't intending on getting, and I didn't get some of the stuff that I was intending on getting for various reasons, mostly price-related, me misjudging how much certain things cost. And then I made a bit of a snap judgment that I might regret, which is these. Oh, I didn't see any 2 for £5. Fuck, I should have gotten 2 for £5. God damn it. Well, I got some smoked mackerel, which is going to be delicious. Damn, I missed out on 2 for £5. Idiot. Oh well, that's going to be good. That's going to be my breakfast. And then I got some Indomie, just because you got to get some Indomie. I actually bought a bunch of noodles. I'm not entirely sure why. Preparing for life in Southeast Asia or whatever, because I'm going to be poverty-stricken. I don't know. That was more noodles. Got some flour, that's useful. Planning on making some flatbread at some point. More noodles, this time Nissin yakisoba. I was planning on getting rice, but we have some rice left over, so it should be fine. I'm not in desperate need of rice, but I can go tomorrow. We're out of Parmesan, so Parmesan's kind of expensive. They have Grana Padano, which is cheaper. I mean, I've had Grana Padano before. It's not as good as Parmesan. However, you know, it might have to do in the future. I bought more Nissin noodles, sukiyaki, beef sukiyaki. That should be good. Some tin tomatoes, which I put down here. I'm pretty sure I have some tin tomatoes already. I mean, we're all good, all things considered, food-wise. Like I have actually plenty of food. I was kind of freaking out, but I actually have plenty of food. And then just some bread. This is not the cheapest bread. And it's gonna go off soon. But fuck it. It's the bread I like. So yeah, that's my food deal, yo. I'm gonna have these. I'm gonna have a big hearty breakfast. Smoked mackerel. Let me see. Smoked mackerel and eggs is good. Maybe some I don't know, toast, bread, toast, smoked mackerel, eggs. What else can I have? Beans. I'm trying to like pad it out, right? Because I'm only gonna have one fillet now, and I'll have one tomorrow or later today, just because it's kind of expensive. So I mean, I could just say fuck it, but then that's kind of expensive for one meal. Like that's kind of. I don't know. I do love smoked mackerel, like so much, but I mean, okay. First of all, let's think about this logically. Smoked mackerel in general, fish in general, kind of expensive, right? So eating it at all is a treat meal. It's not super expensive, right? Like this is only what, £2.50 or something? Doesn't say. But yeah, like it's not crazy expensive, but it's slightly more expensive than I would be liking to spend on food. I could just have it on toast, and that's a great breakfast. You know what? Fuck it. This is a treat food, right? I have other foods. I have tendies. I have plenty of bread and rice and eggs and canned stuff and noodles and potatoes, pasta, flour. I can make flatbreads or regular bread with it. I can make all sorts of stuff. I'm not gonna die of starvation, is my point. I have beans and rice. You can't die of starvation if you have beans and rice. I have potatoes and butter. Yeah, I'm not gonna die. All you need in life is potatoes and butter, beans and rice. You're set, right? That's all your dietary needs. So I'm not gonna die. In which case, fuck it. I bought the mackerel because I like mackerel. I'm gonna eat the fucking mackerel. I was gonna have eggs with this, but well, actually, I need to check when do my eggs go off. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have plenty of time on the eggs, but I do want to check just in case. What are we looking at here? 25th of February. Oh, best before 4th of March. Okay, we're good. We're plenty good. The reason I want fish is because Dote's mate doesn't like fish, so I didn't really eat much fish while she was here. And I love fish. But anyway, I'm not going to have eggs with it, and here's why. Because I just remembered I've seen this like Southeast Asian street food thing, which is basically Indomie noodles and eggs fried. I mean, this isn't just Southeast Asian. This is popular basically everywhere in the world. I've seen it in Africa, Nigeria. I've seen it in Vietnam. I've seen it in everywhere. It's a very popular food, street food, in poor countries. And I want to try it. So yeah, you cook the noodles, then you fry them with an egg. It's pretty simple, or 2 eggs, and it looks good. So I'm gonna give it a try. While I wait for those noodles to noodles, what am I talking about? For the grill to heat up, I guess I will replace some of these screws in my laptop. I'm not sure where to put you, to be perfectly honest. There. Probably better to record this with the camera where I can see the screen.
Yeah, that's better. Right, here's my little screwdriver set, which I'm very excited about. I believe I want this one. Okay. Screwdriver assembled. Okay, now I'm just screwing these in willy-nilly is the idea here, I suppose. These look about right. Oops. Let's find out. Screws in. Screwed in. Not very deep though, which is a little worrying, but I screwed something to something. Let's see. Okay, next one. Oops. Nope. Why does it keep going in upside down? So annoying. Okay. Right. Let's see. There we go, that's screwed in. Don't know what that just did, but I screwed something into something. That's all I'm trying to do, is screw things into other things. Don't know what they do. Is that all of them? Was there only two missing? I swear there was a third one missing. That one's done. These two are in. These two are in. That one's in. That one's in. That one's in. That one. Okay, there's one more missing. As I suspected. Alright, now hopefully this will have fixed the keyboard being a little bit weird. Hopefully. Okay, that's all of them. Let's see. Has that fixed the keyboard being a little bit weird? It has fixed the keyboard being a little bit weird. Nice. Okay, that's step one of our mission today complete. Oh shit. The Velcro just came off of this. Fuck it, let's hope that holds. Alright. It's very satisfying, this screwdriver set thing. Plug it in. Rescrew this on top. Put it in here. Close it up. And it goes back on my wall over here. Boom. Isn't that cool? There's my hair. Alright. The thing's probably heated up by now. Probably good enough. Alright, let's put it in. Fish in the place. I'm not going to record the entire fish cooking escapade. That doesn't seem like something that you might be particularly interested in. I'm not going to record myself eating either, because that's always awkward. I'm not digi. Can't afford to eat out every day. I have to eat peasant food. Although, I don't really mind. But, I would like to eat out every day. I do enjoy food. And if you want to help me, patreon.com/nothankyou. I won't spend your money on eating out every day, but I might buy something other than cheap noodles. So, yeah. Links down there. Link from The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, is down in the... Remember when people say the doobly-doo? Remember that? What was that about? Links in the doobly-doo. Links in the doobly-doo, guys. What was that? Okay, I have this USB stick, which I believe has Manjaro on it already. Again, I'm just using Manjaro to install LibreBoot. It seems like it shouldn't actually matter, but think vantage. Okay, what do I want to do? F12.
Oh, this is all exciting. This is the one I want. Yep, grub, that looks promising. Let's see. I do not plan, again, just to reiterate this, no suitable kernels available? Huh? This machine is not 64-bit capable. Okay. Well, that's one thing, I suppose. Didn't see that coming, but I probably should have. Okay, I guess I need to install a 32-bit kernel distro instead. Maybe I don't bother with this Manjaro thing. I go straight to. I have to find a 32-bit Artix, not Artix, sorry, Alpine. Install that first, then LibreBoot from there, because I've just watched a tutorial on how to LibreBoot, and you don't need any particular, you don't need the core utils or anything, so Alpine shouldn't matter. Alright, let's put Alpine on this thing then. I'm not going to film the entire process, because it's just kind of long and arduous, but oh, by the way, never successfully installed Alpine before, just to let you know. I fuck up the users every single time. Every time I've tried to do this, I fuck up the user access stuff. So, I need to figure out how to do that. It shouldn't be hard. I don't know why I struggle with it, but it's because all the tutorials are about doing it with the GNU core utils, but obviously Alpine uses BusyBox. I can just install the core utils, like that's a thing you can do. They're in the Alpine package manager, so, or repos. So I guess I just do that, and then I should just be able to follow any tutorial on how to set up users. Even though I've done it before, I did it with this computer, but I forgot how I did it, or what tutorial I followed. I also did it in NetBSD before. Although NetBSD is kind of different, but yeah, whatever the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, so what am I doing? Alpine 32-bit somehow on this computer. I mean on this USB stick, and then I install it on the X60. And then once I've got that installed, I LibreBoot the X60 in Alpine. But first, I should, what's the best way to go about this? Okay, like the challenge is, right, okay, it's kind of a pain. I think I'll just go with the same sort of X setup I have on this, like BSPWM and stuff. So in that case, what I should do is put all of that also on, copy all my config files somewhere, to another USB somewhere. I'll just use it. I'll copy all my config files onto here, I suppose, and then .librewolf. I don't have librewolf installed, right? Pretty sure I pressed the keybind. librewolf. I do not have librewolf installed, so yeah, I don't need librewolf. Go away. So I suppose step one. Let's get this all steps. Step one. Copy my config files onto this USB. Step two. Find a 32-bit Alpine image. Step three. Install Alpine. Step four. Set up Alpine for a graphical desktop interface thing, which includes copying the files off of this, which will have my config, so I'll just have the same config on that computer, which is nice because I like this config, obviously. Then, once Alpine's all set up, LibreBoot, which should be fairly simple. I say that, who the fuck knows? You know, my luck. And then I throw this ThinkPad away. No, not really, but yeah. I'm worried about the Wi-Fi card. I've seen the Wi-Fi card in the X60 uses non-free drivers, I suppose, but I think you can still get those with LibreBoot. It's just if you want to run a totally free OS, you like Parabola or Triskel or something, you can't without replacing the Wi-Fi card, I think. But I don't really care about that, so I'm just gonna not do that. I think it should all still be fine, right? I hope. I'm pretty fucking sure it should be fine. So let's get on that. I need to, step 1, copy the files onto here. So fortunately, I'll just pause that. Fortunately, I'm extremely familiar with setting up Alpine because I fucked it up so many times on my Raspberry Pi that I know exactly how to do it without having to follow a tutorial. Installing Alpine, that is. OpenSSH is good. Don't have to touch anything here. It's just generating RSA things. But yeah. I just do this. Don't worry about it. I just do this. But it's setting up the user. I'm sure. Don't worry about it. I'll get it done. Don't worry about it. So fundamentally, Alpine did not just work. Didn't install. It gave me an error message about some partition not partitioning itself properly. I didn't understand it. And then I was struck with intense brain fog, which is making it too hard to try and figure out why it's not fucking working. So power off. I'll power this off and deal with that when I have a brain again, hopefully. For now, I don't know what to do because I have no brain. My brain is too foggy. Could be a caffeine crash. Well, I mean, I'm sick. I know I have a cold of some kind, so it's definitely that. And I think it could also be partially caffeine crash, partially depressors. You know, it's the whole thing. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. Well, I already figured this out. I'm gonna have that. I'll look at egg things. I'll look at egg noodle things. Egg and noodle fried things on YouTube until I find a good egg and noodle fried thing, and then I can eat the egg and noodle fried thing. But I'm not hungry right now, but I'll eat it when I'm hungry. That's how food works. You eat it when you're hungry, but not before you get hungry. Ideally, yeah.
How my hair's ended up like this. I swear it didn't look like a bowl cut like a week ago, but now it kind of looks like a bowl cut. It's cold, and I'm not sure if you've been paying attention to the news or if this is even a thing where you live, but gas prices are crazy in Europe right now, so I can't afford to turn the heating on, really. I mean, I probably could, but I'm trying not to. So I hoodie. This is my biggest padded hood. Look, I'll show you. Let all the heat out. Okay. Like it has like fake wool padding on the inside and stuff. I could probably also put on another t-shirt if I get colder. I can put another t-shirt on or something. But this is fine when I'm under the duvet. Hoods really help a lot. Like, yeah. Like keeping heat in. But yeah, I'm just boiling some water, feeling a little bit better. I'm pretty sure it was some sort of. I mean, I'm definitely sick. I have sick brain feeling. I just can't fucking be bothered to figure out why this computer isn't working. That I found some. There's like one. Alpine is not a very. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it's not a very like common. Wow, this is weird. Look, it turned white. I have a halo. Oh, wait, it looks like I've become the lamp. Wait. See. I have become the light. Sorry, that was a bit weird. So yeah, because it's kind of not generally installed as a desktop distro, I have trouble finding solutions for error messages and problems with the install. In fact, I've never well, that's not true. I have successfully installed Alpine before, but I've never successfully set up Alpine with the whole thing. But this time it won't even install. I think due to a problem when it's trying to format. Basically, it's fucking up during the partitioning stage, which is, you know, where I would that's the first place I would expect it to actually fuck up. But yeah, no, I can't for the life of me figure out. Well, I haven't really tried that hard. Okay, so I have these Nissin yakitori noodles. Here's what you do. There's a line on the inside. You fill it up to the line. And then you close the lid. And you let it sit there for 3 minutes. And then it has these clever steam holes in it. Like the lid has holes in it basically, and you just pour the water down the sink and then mix in the flavour packet. It's a pretty good system, all things considered. Where are my chopsticks? I don't have any chopsticks. Alright, I guess I'm eating it with a fork. Wait, didn't I wash some chopsticks? I did. Haha! I win again with my genius using the dishwasher. I will use those chopsticks to eat my noodles. Not the healthiest meal ever, but this is more like a snack. I suppose my actual meal, I don't know what I'm gonna have. I'll figure something out. Yeah. I'm just using this. I'm using the thing as a timer, because I don't know why. You know, found out that in Japan, the word they use for slice of life in Japanese is nichijou-kei, which means like everyday style or like everyday core. That's how I'm choosing to pronounce it. So I'm gonna start calling slice of life anime nichijou-kei anime, because that's a much better word than slice of life. They mean the same thing, but everyday core, I mean, that's like, so that's a good name. Yeah. I suppose there's some stuff I can still do working on my computer, which is to copy all my dot files over to this baby. So suppose I can start working on that. That's kind of the least of my priorities right now. But yeah. No idea why it's not installing. And then I do LibreBoot after I've got Alpine installed, because that should be easy. Okay. It has been 3 minutes, and it is now time to pour my noodle water out. Hot. I think you're supposed to grab it like here. I don't remember it being this difficult last time. I think all of the other holes are plugged by noodles. Okay, that's all the water. At some point I stopped recording. I'm not entirely sure when I stopped recording, or if I was ever recording, but here's my noodles. Yeah, delicious. I recommend soba cup noodles, which is just the name for Nissan. Wok style yakitori chicken. Good food. So here's what goes wrong, right? I go, which disc would I like to use? I would like to use SDA, please, since that's the only disc I have. SDA, and then it says, which one would you want? Well, crypt, because I want it to be full disk encrypted, right? And then I have to select it again, SDA, which is correct. Again, it's the only disk, right? Oh, whoops, sorry, I have to type sys because that's the disk install. Right, I've checked this all on the wiki. This is what it says to do. I mean, I can, if you want me to check, I can type question mark, and it says this is mode as a traditional disk install, right? So I type sys, right? How would you like to use it? And then it goes through the whole shebang, all good. And then it says, warning, the following disk will be erased. I do want to erase that, thank you very much. And now it's saying blah, 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 and then it kicks me out here. And as you can see, it says, creating file system, the file dev SDA1 does not exist and no size was specified, preparing partition for encryption. Is it the encryption that's failing? I'm not entirely sure what's going wrong here. It's not very clear. It's time to find out if maybe any of this worked. It's possible. It's completely possible that something at some point worked. I don't remember the last time I recorded a video. It was probably hours ago. Let me log in real quick. Okay. I've been at this basically all day, and I'm not making any fucking progress. Yeah. I think it might be time to give up and try again tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't even know. I'm just Googling error messages, but like, okay, right now the error message just changed, which should be a positive sign, right? Right? Okay, I'm gonna keep at it for a little bit longer. I might just have to start from scratch. This time with new knowledge that should let me do it faster, but if I have to start from scratch, I'm not doing that today. I can't fucking be asked. But, okay, I'm gonna check out this new log file, see what error messages that's throwing up, and, you know, whatever the fuck. Okay, so let's fucking cat. I need to cat this. / home, dot local, share, xorg 11 log. We're gonna pipe that into curl -f. Then f :1 beep boop bap, I believe is correct. No, beep boop bap, right? I'm trying to fucking remember. Yeah, I think that's right. And then, I mean, if it's not right, it'll just not work. x.io boom pow.
No, I did something wrong. Empty reply from server? That's so weird. Why? Yeah. Oh, okay, it works this time. Alright, that's my log. You can look at that and enjoy it, I suppose. 3QSN. So now we go over here. I can go x.io/3QSN, and there we go. There's my log file on the computer with a fucking computer in it. Alright, what are my errors? What's the first error? This, failed to load module Intel. See, that sounds like a problem. These things sound like problems. Failed to load module Intel, failed to load module FB See, these seem like problems to me. Probably because they're problems, so I'm gonna get Googling. Well, I got pretty far, but hit a brick wall. If I really wanted to, I could run a terminal, like, everything's set up except for the graphical environment. I mean, it's a bit weird, but it works. So, you know, if I really fucking wanted to, I could use it as a terminal-only headless, it's not headless, but you know what I mean, right? Like, I could use it as a terminal-only machine. But, not quite sure I want to do that. Kind of wanted to, there was a moment where I thought that I kind of, like, a couple months ago where I was like, when I install Alpine on something, I'm not even going to install X, I'll just install DVTM, which is the terminal, it's a terminal multiplexer, and then I don't even need a window manager or anything. Who needs fucking graphics, blah, blah, blah. But since then I've realized that's kind of fucking retarded. So, yeah, it's pretty late. It's like almost 5 a.m., so I'm just going to have a go at that again tomorrow, start from scratch, reinstall the entire OS, because I don't know what else to do. I was Googling error messages for ages and not getting any closer, asking on IRCs and asking anyone I know who's into Linux. But no luck. When I installed the OS, I set up users and groups. The package manager system broke, which I vaguely fixed. And then, couldn't get XOR to start. So, we do that. We'd start again tomorrow from scratch, fresh install, fresh day, fresh outlook. Hopefully I have the brain for it. And, I guess, shouldn't be too hard. The only reason it took me so long to install in the first place is because the partitions were fucked up, but they shouldn't be fucked up anymore because I fixed them. So the install should take no time at all. That should hopefully work first time, and if it doesn't work first time, I know how to fix it. Setting up users is just a few commands that are on the wiki, so I can do that. And then, all the other stuff shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. As long as I try and follow the wiki as close as possible and not mishmash. I think what went wrong is that I was kind of mishmashing various different things, because the wiki's a little incomplete, as one might expect for a very small distro like Alpine. the wiki is a little incomplete and non-specific. It doesn't have much in the way of troubleshooting help, right? Like it tells you what to do and assumes that it will work. Like the Arch wiki, for example, has a bunch of stuff. Like at the end of every possible page, it's like, here's a bunch of stuff to do with common error messages that you can, and how to fix them. Alpine doesn't have any of that, which is fine. Like Arch wiki is the best wiki of any distro, and it's not even close. So you can't hold everyone to that standard. That's a bit ridiculous. But yeah, I guess I reinstall tomorrow and give it another go. Yeah, there's not much else to do, I think. Yeah. Okay. Actually, do you know what? What if I just do it now? Well, I know I'm saying I want to do it tomorrow, but that's because I'm assuming it's going to take a long time. What if it doesn't take a long time? What if it's quick? You know what? Fuck it. We're sending it right now. I am going to send it right goddamn now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Okay, fuck it. Who's gonna stop me? Not me. I'm not gonna stop me. Are you gonna stop me? No. By the way, it's the next day and I'm still at it. Should probably go to the store, should probably clean up. But fuck it. I'm not gonna die. I have rice and beans and instant noodles. I'm not gonna die. And eggs. Plenty of eggs. Don't mind eating eggs. And cheese. I'm good, basically. Peasant-wise. I've been fucking around with, I mean, I think I've made some progress. Okay, here's what I ended up doing, right? And you're gonna cringe. I cringe when I'm, like, I cringed while I was doing it, and trust me, I tried my fucking best to avoid having to do this. But basically I ended up doing, like, a hacky workaround, because what was happening in the log file for StartX was it didn't have permissions to do certain things. So I just ended up chmod 777ing all the stuff that it didn't have permission for, which is not what you're supposed to do, and is really a bad workaround. It's not secure, it's bad, don't do it. But I managed to get a black screen, but not to actually launch BSPWM. There's no cursor, right? It's not just a black, like, I launched a black screen, I was like, yes, BSPWM, and then I realized no fucking cursor, right? That's a problem. That means BSPWM hasn't actually launched, and none of my keybinds worked, even though it should, in my BSPWM RC, should be starting at SXHKD. So now I'm going to see if I can just get anything to work. I'm going to see if I can get XFCE to work. Hopefully it should be easier. Maybe. I don't fucking know. And then once I've got that working, I don't fucking know. I just want something, please. So I'm now trying XFCE stuff. I don't know. I just want to see that it's possible for me to have a graphical environment. I need a dub. I just need a fucking dub. Hey, this was all a good thing. This was all a good thing because now I figured out what the actual problem is. The actual problem isn't that BSPWM wasn't starting. It was starting. No mouse input, no keyboard input. Fuck. Okay. No mouse input, no keyboard input. Look, nothing. Can you, like, see that? Like, yeah, I'm wiggling the keyboard, the mouse right now, but it's not doing anything. That is what we call a problem. That is a problem. That, my friends, is a fucking problem. So, how do I fix that? Let's get Googling, I suppose. Well, this means that it was working the whole time. It wasn't that X wasn't starting. It's just that it doesn't have a mouse and a keyboard, which is maybe, I feel like that's a bigger problem. This is why you don't do those hacky solutions, because that made it think it was working when it wasn't actually working. I think that was the problem. And now I need to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, well, this is a good time. This is a good thing. We're progressing. Now look, this is graphics. This is the first time we've had graphics on this computer. We have graphics, guys. So let's pretend that this is a dub. And I will now get Googling. I have a fucking desktop. Oh my god, it was such a pain. I had to do so many things. And you know what worked? It was just uninstalling and reinstalling a fucking package. It was this random fucking forum thread from literally 7-8 years ago or something, and it was just like, reinstall this fucking, hold on, what package was it? It was XF86 input EV dev. I just had to uninstall it and reinstall it, and now look, I have a fucking computer with a desktop. Let's fucking go. Okay. Give me Qt browser. I should have already installed it, I believe. Okay. Oh, I was so close. To like giving up. I was so close to being like, okay, I'm starting from scratch. But I didn't start from scratch. I fucking didn't start from scratch. And now, with, God knows what the fuck is happening. We have a terminal. We have Qt browser. Look, we even have fucking Qt browser. I mean, it's incredibly slow, but who cares? Look, I have a working browser-ish. It's not connecting to the internet, I don't think. But, who fucking cares? All of this stuff's easy, right? Settings manager, boom. What are we doing now? What are we doing? We could be doing anything right now. What have we got? File manager settings, window manager, screensaver panel. None of this is what I want. Keyboard, mouse, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's open a terminal and ping Google. See what happens. Ping Google.com. Okay, I do have internet then. Okay. Test. Oh, okay. Okay, so DuckDuckGo isn't rendering. So the web isn't rendering. However, it's not bad. It's not bad. We're getting there. We're fucking getting there. I'm pretty sure there's just some package that I need for this to render, right? I guess I can install Firefox or something. Yeah, because I'm not. Let's be real. I'm not going to be able to get any support for Qt browser, am I? What if I try and load NoThankYou.neocities.net? Is it .net? I've actually forgotten. Or is it .org? It's .org. I'm retarded. I don't need to be doing this on camera. I'm more troubleshooting. Yay. Okay, Firefox works. It's just that Qt browser does not work. That's, is what it is. I would rather be using Qt browser, but we can. When I launched this, it said libpci missing, so I think I'm going to try and install libpci and just see what happens. Fuck it. Okay, guys. Oh, fucking gay. Okay, look. This is it. This is BSPWM. It's running. I have mouse input. I have keyboard input. I have Firefox. I have all of this stuff, right? I fucked up my SXH KDRC, so now I'm fixing it, but I basically fixed it already. I'm just actually going to copy all of this, except I'm going to change some of the stuff that isn't relevant to this computer. And like some stuff that's outdated, but let's like do this. Just fucking V, then GG, and then X, and then oops, and then a fucking give it a shift insert real quick. Oh no. Okay, well this doesn't work. View raw. Can I just Control A and then copy and then shift insert here? There we go. Okay, we seem to have put everything with fucking seems to have fucked up a little bit, but that's fine. That's kind of not fine. Well, I'll fix that. I've never been happier. I've never been happier to hear Linus Tech Tips' voice than right fucking now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. How many hours have I spent trying to do this? It's been basically all day. Like, I think it's been 6 hours, I think. I've been trying to get audio to work. I think it's been 6 hours of just that. Wow. That was genuinely one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my life. I'm not even joking or exaggerating. The documentation sucks. Like, no one fucking uses Alpine. The wiki is awful. Right? I was saying, like, oh, you can't hold everything to the standard of the Arch wiki. There's shit in the wiki that is just wrong or, like, just doesn't give you essential information. For example, there is a thing in the wiki, there is a troubleshooting. Okay, firstly, there's 4 different wiki pages about installation and post-installation and all of these things, right? One of them has a troubleshooting section that tells you if your keyboard isn't working, here's how to fix it. And it just has some lines in like a code tag. It doesn't tell you where to put them. They're not like bash. They're not terminal commands. They're lines you're supposed to put in a config file somewhere. Doesn't tell you anything about that. It doesn't tell you where to put it. Doesn't tell you what it does. Just says if your keyboard isn't working, here's some random words. It's fucking stupid. And then it doesn't tell you, like, it's like, guys, don't fucking use Pulse Audio. It's hell. Don't use it. We strongly recommend you use Pipewire. And then the documentation for Pipewire is like shit. It doesn't tell, I mean, it just assumes you know what you're doing, but no other fucking shit applies. Like none of, like, because it uses OpenRC, like a bunch of shit relies on dmenu when you try and look for like how to make Pipewire fucking work, and Pipewire doesn't fucking work, and the whole thing's broken, right? And you know, there's like packages that should be there that just don't work. Like, there's a like at one point I was like, I'm so fucking sick and tired of looking at a terminal window. Give me a GUI. I just want a GUI as a break. I want to take a break by using a fucking GUI. So we look it up. There's a GUI for Pipewire. It's called like Havman or something, right? And it's in the repos, but not for 32-bit. It's only available for 64-bit, and this computer's 32-bit. So that's fucked, right? For ages, I was installing Pulse Audio, right? If this is the thing that wasn't working. So at a certain point, I gave up on Pipewire because I was just like, I don't know how this works. I've never used it before. It doesn't seem to work very well, like blah, blah, blah. I fucking gave up, right? And I'm like, okay, Pulse Audio it is. Fuck it. I know it's not as good, but at least there's more documentation about Pulse Audio. I can probably figure out how to do Pulse Audio. So I'm looking around for Pulse Audio shit. I'm looking around, and I'm like, I type Pulse Audio into the console, and command not found. I'm like, I just installed it. I literally just, the APK add Pulse Audio. I just did it. Why is the command not found? Pulse Audio -- start. Command pulse audio not found. I had to like uninstall and reinstall so many fucking things to get it to work. And at the end of the day, do you know what was fucking it? Do you know what was fucking it? It was Pipewire that was fucking it. Because this piece of shit wiki says, oh, you can run Pipewire as a pulse audio backend. You fucking can't. Not in the way they tell you to do it anyway. Doesn't work, right? Because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, right? I'm just trying to get something to work. So I'm like, okay, this wiki says I can run Pipewire as a pulse audio backend. That sounds like the best of both worlds. I'll try that. So I'm following those instructions like 4 hours ago. Forget that I've done it, right? And then Pipewire just doesn't work or doesn't exist. Like there's config files that just don't exist. It's like, yeah, by the way, we can't find this particular config file, but we're not going to tell you where it should be, and no one on the wiki is going to tell you where it should be. No one on any forum anywhere in history is going to tell you where it should be. You know, there's just a config file somewhere missing a line somewhere. Figure it out, retard, right? And you know that's not helpful. It's not fucking helpful, is it? That's not exactly fucking helpful. So eventually, the way I have to do it is uninstall all the Pipewire stuff. I just have to fucking get rid of it, because it turns out when you install certain Pipewire things, they overwrite. They just, without telling you, just go behind the scenes and go, looks like this guy has pulse audio. Let's just remove certain parts of it for no fucking reason. So I have to uninstall all of this shit and reinstall all of this shit. And finally, I have fucking audio. And that's how difficult it was. And watch, I bet for some God-forsaken reason, it's just not going to work in BSPWM. I bet. Like that would just be the typical mode, right? Like, you know, that would just be typical. Look, I have a desktop. Look at it. It's a desktop. Wow, isn't it so cool? Desktop. Let's see. Let's boot up Firefox. See what it does. Ooh, Firefox. Ooh, it's tiling. Ooh, I have keybinds. Ooh, what's happening? YouTube, NVIDIA. Ooh, this guy. Linus Tech Tips. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, it's not going to work, is it? It's not going to work, is it? Ooh, why not? Ooh, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows, right? Like I told you. Ooh, it's just not going to work for some reason. All right, let's try pulse audio -- kill. Okay. Pulse audio -- start. Okay. And look, my volume button just worked. That's new. Never had that happen before.
There are not a lot of products out there that we have not been able to get our hands on in one way or another, except for one.
Okay, we have fucking audio. Wow, that took me so long. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I can't stress enough how difficult that was. But I didn't give up, and that's what's crazy. No matter how hard it got and how much bullshit it was, I just didn't give up. And now I've just noticed that this isn't even. There's more space on the side, but I can fix that one. That's easy to fix. vim.config bspwm/rc, and then we're gonna make sure that the left padding and right padding should be the same as top and bottom padding. But it doesn't look like it's the same. So let's turn these down to 2. Just see what happens. Okay. And now it should be, if I remember correctly, BSPC-WM-R. That seems to have made no difference. Maybe if I launch a new window? No. Oh well, that's really the least of my fucking worries right now. Well, now I think I have a working computer, right? Like this should be a working computer. I mean, I'd have to look. Like I can now do things that I would normally do on a computer. Like I don't know, whatever. I mean, I don't have Qt Browser working. Qt Browser doesn't work. Here, I can watch the newest Luke Smith video. Is it just me, or did Luke Smith vanish for like months and then come back as an insufferable retard? Was he? I feel like he hasn't always been an insufferable retard, you know? Like, I feel like that's a recent thing. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who can say? Who can say really whether Luke Smith was always an insufferable retard? Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! At some point, I started believing in Jesus while that happened because as soon as I heard a sound play, actually it was as soon as Pavu Control actually opened, because it wouldn't open because Pulse Audio wouldn't properly start, because it would say it had started, but some pipe wire shit was stopping it from actually running properly, and there was no like output anywhere that told you it, even if you put it into verbose mode, there just was no output that told you that, like, hey, by the way, it's not actually running, it's just like low key running. Like, there was nothing anywhere that told you that. Yeah, and then when I finally tried it, and I typed in Pavu Control, and it just opened and worked, I just started singing Hallelujah. I just started singing it. You know, I saw the light of God, and it overtook me. This is the thing about God, is he stands with you. And God will not smile kindly upon those programmers who created Pipewire, Pulse Audio, Alsa, and Jack. God will not smile kindly upon them. He put them on earth as a challenge. I believe I have proven myself worthy to enter the kingdom of heaven. I mean, obviously, there's no one who's guaranteed entry to heaven except for that one guy from the Bible who was there when Jesus died. You know the guy I'm talking about. Wasn't he a thief or something? Forgotten. It's been a while. So no one's guaranteed entry to heaven, but I'd say I'm pretty close right now. Pretty close right now. I can't. Wow. I thought it was never going to end. I thought that was just going to be my life. For the rest of my life, I'm just going to be in a command line typing Pavu Control. Okay, what's next? LibreBoot, I think, is next. I mean, Qt browser would be nice, but I can survive using Firefox. Wait, let me check if like headphones actually work, because I haven't tested that yet. I mean, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't, since everything's working now. But yeah. I may as well check, right? Headphones on. It's gaming time. It's loud. Okay, well, yeah, the headphones work. I don't know why I'm saying, yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't have worked. Realized that the volume module in my bar doesn't work, but, you know, who fucking cares, man?
At 2 or 3 in the morning, and wait for the A train or the 2 train at 34th Street Station.
Is this Louis Rossman? Yeah. I didn't even know. I was just like, that guy sounds like the most annoying person you've ever heard. Oh, hey, it's Louis Rossman. Turns out I was right. Okay, well now I don't even know what to do with my life, man. Now I don't know what to do with my life. It's like when you finish a book. You know when you finish like a really good book, and you're just like, damn, what the fuck do I do with my life now? That's how I feel, but worse, because I didn't even read a good book. I just got fucked. I didn't even get to read a good book. There was no book read. At the very least, I can brag about this on G, right? Like, why else does one install Alpine Linux? I promise you that if this works, I'm terrified to reboot in case there's something session specific that I've done that won't work on reboot. But I promise you, if this works, the only thing you'll ever see from me again regarding this Linux is me librebooting it. Nothing else. Maybe I should just send libreboot right now. This was supposed to be this is going to be like 4 hours of just Linux stuff and then 8 hours of cleaning. That's my next task, is cleaning. This is one of the more annoying things about Alpine for some fucking godforsaken reason. It needs to connect to Wi-Fi to boot. Like, it doesn't need to. Like, I'm sure you could somehow make it not do that. But it makes you connect to Wi-Fi to boot. Look, it automatically boots into Light DM. Isn't that nice? It takes forever because it's a slow computer or an old HDD. I think it's a 64 gigabyte HDD. And there we go. And now we find out if I do indeed have audio or not. Still. I mean, if not, it shouldn't be too hard to fix now. Oh god, I shouldn't have said that. I've just jinxed myself. But it shouldn't, right? Like, hopefully. Can I do as APK add NNN? Give me NNN, please. Hey, look, I have NNN now. Isn't it nice to have a file manager? I don't even have something that can play that. I don't know why I tried. Okay, let's launch Firefox and see. Yeah, I mean, a player? It doesn't matter. Oh, okay, they both launched at the same time. Oh, it's trying to play it in Firefox. Okay, nice. Yeah. Well, for free YouTube music. Okay, we're good. We're fucking good. Okay, we're fucking good. We're good. We're good. We're fucking good, guys. Oh my god, we're good. We're good. We're sorted. We're good. We got audio. Isn't that amazing? We have fucking audio on a computer. How hard was that? Okay, don't install Alpine. This is my lesson to you guys. Don't bother with it. It is literally not worth it. It would genuinely be easier to install Gentoo, and Gentoo is probably better. So don't bother with Alpine. I was a shill. I was a fucking shill before I used it. I was like, well, I wasn't an actual shill. I didn't tell other people to use it, but in my own head, I was a shill. I was like, Alpine's so minimal and great. And now, do not use Alpine Linux. I promise you, it is more hassle than it's worth. Gentoo with the hardened kernel and, not systemd. I mean, OpenRC fucking sucks, right? Apparently the Alpine people are working on their own init system. I don't know why, when Runit exists, which is already the best init system. So, why bother writing your own? Stupid. But, that. I guess if I really want to make this computer as usable as my other computer, switch to ZSH, but that kind of defeats the point of minimalism, I think. So I don't know. I'm just trying to check how many packages I have. I have 612 packages, which is not really that good, to be honest. This one has just over 1,000. But that's a much heavier distro. Oh, I should be able to uninstall all my XFCE stuff now, since everything's working. I don't think I need XFCE for anything. So, I can do that. Man. So now I have a computer that actually is functional. This is kind of shocking to me, because I did, for a long time, I didn't have this, but now I do. It's kind of a new experience for me. I guess it's leave reboot time. Do I have anything else to do? Am I watching anime? Oh yeah, I was. I was watching Moretsu Pirates, but then I stopped watching Moretsu. Well, I didn't stop. I just haven't been. Should I watch it on here? Yo, for the aesthetic. Yo, for the fucking aesthetic. That would be pog. Okay, I'm gonna watch anime on my brand new ThinkPad. That is gonna be me christening. I'm gonna christen the ThinkPad with anime. Okay, I hope I don't get a copyright strike for that. So it turns out MPV won't work. Don't know why. Literally not a fucking clue. And this is like the worst one. There is no information about this online. The error message is completely uninformative. There's no information about anything. Like, nothing. This is the worst. I mean, it's not that important. I don't necessarily, like, you don't need MPV to live. But, look, it just gives me hold on. If I were to, MPV, this Nanoher episode, it just says segmentation fault. That's it. That's the only error message you get. I mean, is there a -V? Is there a verbose option? I don't know. I've never tried it before. We're getting things. No advanced processing required. Enable. I'm not really getting anything here. It just says segmentation fault. Is it even worth trying? I'm gonna be honest. It kind of isn't. It kind of isn't even worth trying.
As far as I can tell... Oh, wait. Why is the camera this way around?
As far as I can tell, これが私のご主人様 is kind of a unique anime. I was looking for, what would be the perfect anime to christen my new ThinkPad. But I went through a bunch of anime, and it was like, none of this is what I want to watch right now. Technically, the first anime I played on it was Nanoher A's, but I've already seen Nanoher A's, and I also wasn't in the mood to rewatch randomly Nanoher A's right now. So I was like, what do I want to watch? I went through a bunch of shows. I was like, it has to be something from the 2000s when this laptop was a thing. It has to be something in 4:3 resolution, obviously. So it's like, what the fuck? I don't like Milky Homes, no. Galaxy Angel, no. I tried a bunch of stuff. I don't even remember all of them. I was just watching the first like minute of a bunch of anime and like, nope, don't want to watch this right now. Nope, don't want to watch this right now. And eventually I was like, fuck it. And I went on Now and I filtered by like between 2000 and 2008, slice of life, comedy, ecchi. And there was 3 shows, and one of them was Koregawa Tashi no Roshijin Sama, which is something that came out in 2005, so I was planning to watch it. I found out about it from my 2005 series that I never finished. And that was one of the shows I was hyped to watch, and I was like putting it off because I thought that 2005 was going to happen, but obviously I didn't finish that series ever, and I don't intend to because it's just too much bad anime for one human being to watch. So I was just like, fuck it, I can just watch it now. And the interesting thing about it, right, is it's like all of the B team from Shaft and Gainax in the 2000s collaborating on this very, I don't want to call it beneath them, but it's kind of beneath them. Like, fucking Hiroyuki Imaishi storyboarded this. And he's like that. If you don't know, that's the guy that made Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill, and he's just making this mediocre, ecchi slice of life show. It's sort of a harem. It's not quite a harem. It's more of just like an ecchi comedy. Because I wouldn't call it a harem. In fact, no, it's definitely not a harem. I'm gonna call it objectively not a harem. A bunch of people who worked on Ava and Fooly Cooly from Gainax worked on this. The director was did animation on Ava and shit. It's fucking crazy. The producer also produced Bakemonogatari, Nisekoi, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, Negima, F A Tale of Memories, Maria Holic, Hidamari Sketch, Tsukiyomi Moon Phase, Pani Pony Dash, Kino's Journey, Initial D Extra Stage, more Negima stuff, Popotan, Arcade Gamer Fubuki, a whole bunch of well-known shit. It looks like there wasn't really an overarching director because there's a bunch of different people listed as episode director. This guy, Hiro Tokato, Psychopath, GTO, Yu Yu Hakusho, Axo World, Infinite Stratos, Ishizoku Reviewers, Seiko no Koiza, Naruto, S-Cryed, Upote, Pani Pony Dash, Amagami-sama, Rokibu SS. There's a whole, this person has a fucking repertoire, and that's obviously that's kind of the case with all anime, but with this it's interesting because it's specifically Shaft and Gainax co-production, and so it's those are two of my personal favorite studios. Shaft is my favorite studio, and obviously Gainax sort of peaked in the 90s, but in the 2000s was doing weird shit. So it's fucking weird. Who's the guy that wrote the screenplay? Wrote Steins Gate, No Game No Life, Chunibyo, Kyokai no Counter, K-On!, Nichijou, No Game No Life 0, it sucks. Steins Gate 0 also sucks. Look at how many of these are on my list. It's just by a bunch of people that I kind of like. Rosen Maiden, Seto no Ichizan, Comic Girls. Wait, the same guy wrote he wrote the script, some of the script for Comic Girls at least. It's fucking weird, man. What's he doing here? What are these people doing making this show? This is just a very generic 2000s show. It's not, because it's good. where it's like a good version of a generic 2000s show. It's not even that good, you know? Like, it's not like, I don't know, I can't think of an example right now, but it's not like hand generic script to amazing director and they come up with something above, like a cut above the rest. Like, it's just an averagely good, like, I can't even, like, nothing about the content individually is particularly amazing. The thing that's good about it is the, like, just, it's a vibes thing. Like, the way it all comes together. So it's, like, the flow of each episode, like, the editing, the way dialogue, like, it just has, like, it's just, well, you can tell it was made by people who knew what they were doing, even though the end result is something that could have really been made by any competent studio around this time and was being pumped out en masse by competent studios around this time. Although not quite, because I went on Mal and looked for this particular thing, and there were only 3 shows. But if you remove the ecchi tag, there's a bunch, and that kind of makes sense because people still hadn't quite pushed the boundaries on what they could get away with on TV yet. So ecchi shows weren't quite as common in the 2000s. Like, it was generally, like, there was still a hangover from all the way back in the 80s where if you want your ecchi fix, you go for OVAs. Like, the ecchi stuff on TV hadn't quite caught on until a little bit after, into the 2010s. I mean, that's not entirely true. Like, there were very ecchi harem shows and stuff, but you have to go a little bit later for the most, you know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, like, there's obviously a bunch of 2000s slice of life shows. Some of which I've never fucking heard of, like, the fuck is half of this? Girl Meets Girl? What is this? Happy Lesson? What is Happy Lesson? Like, who the fuck has ever heard of this? Is this Production IG? No, I'm tripping it the fuck out. How did I read Production IG there? What the fuck? Yes, no, it's obviously not Production IG. Yeah, like, there's a bunch of shit that I've never heard of. Like, what the fuck is this? A Little Snow Fairy Sugar. 2001 JC stuff. Kids show, maybe? Yeah. Like, you just have no idea, you know? Rumiko Takahashi Anthology? You see what I mean? Like, Sister Princess? Yo, this seems kind of dope. Yo, this seems kind of fucking flames. I'm gonna have to... Is this adapted from a visual novel? A light novel? No, this looks like a visual novel. This looks like a... What's going on here? What is going on here with Sister Princess? Sister Princess sounds like this sounds like a visual novel shit, you know? Oh, no, it's a light novel series. Okay, I'm wrong. No, a manga adaptation and a Bishoujo game for PlayStation were released. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, what's the light novel like? It's not translated, unsurprisingly. I mean, hey, if you speak simplified or traditional Chinese, you can play Sister Princess too. But looks like I'm not going to be playing Sister Princess on the PlayStation anytime soon, which is a shame. Not really. Then there's Princess Sisters. It's a completely different one. This one came out last year. Also, no one's played it. There's a whole bunch. I guess this was fairly popular in Japan, and why wouldn't it be? Look at this. Like this is what it's all about, I'm definitely gonna fucking watch that. This looks good. Why is this not working? Okay, well, I'll watch that at some point, I suppose. But that's not what I was trying to talk about. I was trying to talk about Koregawa Tashi no Goshujin-sama, because the initial reason I wanted to watch it is because the character designs for the poster look like what's her name, Aoki Ume, the author of Hidamari Sketch, character designer for Madoka. Like, looks like her art style, but it's not. I mean, unless she just drew the poster. She didn't do character design for the show. To be fair, the characters in the show look nothing like they look a little bit like the poster, but no, as far as I can tell, she had nothing to do with the show at all. It's all very strange. There's a difference between minimalism, the aesthetic movement, and minimalism, the philosophical / lifestylist type business, right? Minimalist philosophy is different from just minimalist aesthetics. In fact, they're often completely different. Some things that follow a minimalist philosophy don't necessarily look minimal at all. They can actually end up looking kind of cluttered, because something that follows truly the minimalist philosophy and has as few parts as necessary as possible means that it's not going to put any effort into looking good. And oftentimes that just happens to look good anyway, because utility looks good, generally speaking. But sometimes it doesn't. Just thinking about how every minimalist on YouTube uses a Mac. And I'm thinking about that really because there's this YouTube channel called 123 Home Free, who I've talked about him before. He's a nomadic shepherd who just, homeless nomadic shepherd who walks around America with like 5 sheep and a little trolley type business. And he's all about freedom from government tyranny, that, so much so that he voluntarily homeless himself. And yet, he doesn't understand the concept of proprietary software. Like, he has a phone. And it's just weird to me. Like, isn't it obvious that your phone's spying on you? My phone's spying on me. I don't want to have a phone. I don't necessarily have a choice in the matter, which is how they get you. But I'm still considering, what if I just get a MiFi adapter for a laptop and just carry a little laptop around with me instead of a phone, and then I can stop 5 guys from falling home. Liberaboot tomorrow. Tomorrow's shop, I'm going to buy the ingredients to make champ, probably. Champ is an traditional Irish dish. It's basically mashed potatoes with green onions and cabbage and stuff in it. And goes well with bacon, so I'm going to get bacon as well. Actually considering going to the shop that's slightly further away because it's cheaper, probably. I know the bacon's cheaper there. I think I'll actually do that. That'll be an adventure. Not going to film it though, because I'll dox myself. That would be kind of a nice thing to film. But no, I will dox myself if I film that, so I'm not going to. Yeah. The anime is good. Kore ga watashi no goshujin-sama. Good anime. Don't want to be tracked while I don't want Five Guys, burgers and fries, phoning home while I'm trying to watch Kore ga watashi no goshujin-sama. So I'm perfectly satisfied with the number of ThinkPads I have right now. 2 ThinkPads, that's as many ThinkPads as a human being needs. 1 ThinkPad is functional. 2 ThinkPads is ludic. There's a word for you. So yeah, tomorrow's shop, start the cleanup effort. I don't believe I'm going to clean the entire house tomorrow. Like, that's almost certainly not happening. But I just want to start. I physically cannot not clean up the kitchen and wash the dishes and stuff because I am out of dishes. So I can't make champ if I don't have dishes. Also, tasted my sauerkraut today. Unfortunately, I think that sauerkraut has gone bad. I don't know what I did wrong. Probably just exposed it to oxygen for too long. I mean, I know the fundamental mistake that I kind of made, which I didn't chop the cabbage thin enough. Sauerkraut is good, but honestly speaking, is it worth the effort of making your own when you can just buy it from the store and it's cheap as fuck anyway? The answer is no, it's not worth it. So I'm just going to buy sauerkraut from the store from now on. I could even put the sauerkraut in the champ. It wouldn't be traditional. It would be far from traditional, but it might be kind of good. Actually, that's kind of a good idea. Yeah. This is why I hate modern web browsers so fucking much. Like, okay, look at my screen. Right? Look how much of the screen is taken up by the title bar and the tab bar. So much. Why? It's so, like, who needs that? No one. I mean, yeah, if you're on a massive screen, blah, blah, blah. My screen's fucking tiny. I don't want this. I'm going to have to get rid of it somehow. Because I can't live with my browser being this tiny fucking window. Like, put it on the whole screen. I mean, I suppose I can just do this, to be honest. Actually, that kind of works. But, like, why isn't it just like that by default? Why isn't this hidden by default, and then I can just press a button to bring it back up? Retarded. And it's not even like on Cube Browser, which is highly extensible, I can just do that. If I want it to be hid, like, there's a bar at the bottom of Cube Browser, right? And I don't want that to be shown all the time. I only want it to be shown when I need it. So I just change the setting in the config file that lets me do that. It's not that easy on Firefox. God, I hate Firefox so much. But there's, like, I don't know what other browser to use. Like, I tried Suckless Surf browser. The problem with it is that it doesn't have hardware acceleration at all. So it uses about 20 to 30% more CPU or more RAM, just like idling, which is not really something that is acceptable for me on such a low-end computer. So Firefox it is. I tried Cube Browser. Cube Browser doesn't work with Muscle, which is what this computer has. I mean, I suppose it's possible to switch to the GNU thingy, Majiggy, what's it called? glibc. It's possible to do that, but that kind of defeats the point of using Alpine, right? So I don't know. You know, Firefox is cool. It's just like literally all I care about. The problem with Firefox is the fucking title bar being annoying. Like that's it.
Like a fucking idiot, I was like, I'm gonna make champ. You know what you need for champ? You need mashed potatoes. You know what mashed potatoes needs? Milk. And I was like, I have milk. The milk was out of date. Fuck. Can't be bothered to go back to the store and get more milk. Hella not worth it. Did go to the store, got some things. So, still have food to eat. I wasn't really in danger of running out of food. I have to make sure that's clear. There was no danger that I wouldn't have food in the house. Slept like shit. Feel like shit. Don't feel like cleaning up. But kind of have to at least make a start. Tough. It's tough being me. I had to clean my room. LibreBoot didn't work. I don't know if did I already mention this? LibreBoot, remember way back in the beginning of this video when I was like, I'm going to install Manjaro just to LibreBoot it, and then I'll install Alpine. But then I was like, actually, looks like there's no reason to install Manjaro. Turns out old me was right. Alpine uses the hardened Linux kernel, and that means that grub is all locked down, and you can't do the weird hacky things that LibreBoot has to do in order to install itself. So I'm not sure what to do about that. There are some people online saying like, oh, you just have to change this particular grub config file. Config file does not exist on my system. Not that I can find, and yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how to go about that. I might have to. I wonder if I can email the LibreBoot person. Leah Rhodes, is that her name? Maybe that's actually genuinely, or maybe there's like an r/LibreBoot that I can ask them. I think that's probably a better option, but yeah. I'm assuming it's to do with Alpine's hardened kernel, because I can't think of what else it would be. So that's unfortunate. No LibreBoot yet. Maybe in the future. I mean, it must be, I'm assuming if I really want to, just install a different OS and then reinstall Alpine, because that was easy, right? That didn't take 2 days. Yeah. Fuck it, bro. There's this guy called Stephen Bridges. A magician. Back when I used to do magic, well, I met him a couple of times at various magic meetups in London. He was sort of a kind of he was like around in the London magic scene. And then he started doing street performances in Leicester Square and Covent Garden, which if you aren't from London, those are like the big places where I think every city has like a place where all the street performers are. Those are like the 3 places in London where all the street performers are: Leicester Square, Covent Garden, and the South Bank. He started doing and also I guess Camden. Well, no, not really, but anyway, like those are the places. And he was doing like I just sort of would see him around, and I'd be like, oh hey, Stephen Bridges, yo, what up? Run into him occasionally when I was in those areas, and I'd be like, I remember you from the meetup, blah blah blah, and he'd be like, oh yeah, yeah. But he started a YouTube channel quite a while ago, which I found out about extremely early because he showed it to me while I met him, and it had like barely any subscribers, and then it sort of massively gained popularity. Not massively, but gained a lot of popularity. He was doing magic videos. It was even before he became a street performer. He was doing magic videos on YouTube. Then he started doing street performing, and he made sort of vlogs about street performing and stuff, and it was pretty good videos, and then he just fell off. He just disappeared. Like fell off the map, not fell off as in became bad, but he just stopped posting. And I was kind of like, what the fuck's going on? But like, well, I was like, I miss that guy, man. You know, I haven't seen him in Leicester Square in ages. He used to be there all the time. He used to perform daily there. And I go there not regularly, but semi-regularly because I go to Soho a lot. My favourite cafe in London, Bar Italia, is in Soho, and Soho's near to Leicester Square, so I often, and it's also near to Chinatown, which I like to go there and get Chinese food, so I end up in Leicester Square sometimes due to the fact that it's right next to Soho and Chinatown. And so, you know, I used to run into him there, but I don't anymore, and I was kind of wondering what happened to him. I was like, oh, did he just, like, stop doing magic and get a regular job? Maybe street performing, tough career, can't really, you know, difficult to make enough money. Turns out, as I've just found out from Mike Boyd of all people, the Scottish YouTuber who challenges himself to learn things, right? You might have seen him. Stephen Bridges stopped doing magic and became a professional card counter. What? This is so unexpected because, like, he's such a soft-spoken, like, nice guy. Like, he's not the sort of person you would expect to be doing. He's not Daniel Madison, right? He's not someone you'd expect to be doing. He doesn't have an edgy persona at all. He's like the opposite of an edgy persona. So it's like him of all people became a professional card counter and started a YouTube channel documenting his card counting. That's, I feel like, a really stupid idea, right? Like, you don't want to let people know that you're a card counter, because you want to be let into casinos. So that's fucking baffling. It's just weird. Like, we're not friends or anything. Like, I wouldn't, you know, we just met a few times. It's just weird. I desperately need to, like, cut my hair or do something because I look like 2009 Justin Bieber. You know, cryptocurrency. You ever heard of cryptocurrency? Bitcoins? They got coins made out of bits? Yo, you telling me a bit made this coin? I don't know. To be perfectly honest with you, well, obviously, like every other sane person, I saw the crypto stuff going on, and especially NFTs, and was immediately like, well, this is fucking stupid. Right? That's what any reasonable person would think, I assume. Anyone who doesn't have a vested interest in the value of NFTs pretty much immediately concluded that NFTs are silly, right? So that was my take. As for crypto in general, I shouldn't have recorded this while I was doing this. Let me come back to you in a second. As for crypto, my opinions were, don't really understand it. Seems like what it really is just a append-only database, which is a technology that's been around for decades. And I don't see how that's super important and life-changing. And then my opinion was, like, well, I suppose they're good for buying drugs on the internet, but that's about it. You can't really spend them anywhere. And then they sort of became like just a speculative asset. The point was, it was originally like, oh, we're gonna bypass all the big banks and stuff, and then it became just sort of buy this to get rich quick. So I thought, well, that sucks, you know, maybe that could have been something, but it's probably not. And then, of course, I watched Line Go Up, The Problem with NFTs, which is a super viral video. And I was like, okay, yeah, these people are evil. But then I was like, well, I've concluded that. However, I haven't taken a look at the other side's actual reasoning. Nor do I, you know, I would like to understand what people see in this stuff. Because, and like, maybe it's possible there's some liberatory potential in there. It's just currently being misused, misappropriated, or, you know, maybe this is a failure, but maybe there's like something somewhere in this that is valuable. And I ended up coming to that conclusion and then I read the Landian philosophy. I read what's it called? BitCurrent? Is that what it's called? Nick Land's big long thing about Bitcoin. It's called BitCurrent, right? Am I retarded? Wait. What did I just press? There's a shortcut to open. I'm so fucking confused what I just did. Sorry. New computer, new browser, figuring stuff out. I think it's called BitCurrent, right? Nick Land Bitcoin. Cryptocurrent, that's what it's called, Cryptocurrent. So I read that, and then I watched 5 hours of lectures by Hermetics, the guy behind Hermetics podcast, made a big lecture series about explaining the entire thing. It was really in-depth and really, really interesting. And he, I think he's a fairly smart guy, and so when he says, this is Nick Land's masterwork, this is his magnum opus, I'm like, what the fuck? I was very confused. So, I watched all of these lectures, and at the end of it, and then I read more Nick Land, because this all stemmed from me being like, I wonder what I know Nick Land sort of became bad later, but now that I have a fairly solid grasp on early 90s Nick Land and Frank Newman and Nick Land, what's going on now? Like, what does he think? Like, I've sort of not paid any attention to it. And that's why I went through that whole brief, I'm talking about Nick Land again phase. But, that being said, okay. So, the Landian philosophy of Bitcoin, when I finished that lecture series, or Nick Land's philosophy of Bitcoin, whatever the lecture series is called, and I read through the thing, and I read the Bitcoin white paper, the original Bitcoin white paper, and I read some other stuff from like market anarchists, and I was like, maybe this isn't all bad. So here's the thing, right? It has to do, I've never been an economy guy. I've never really cared, I've never been an economics guy. I've been a philosophy guy. But there is one thing I've always sort of... By the way, this is not me coming out and saying I'm a crypto guy now. I'm going to have an NFT profile picture. This is far from it. I still think the majority of how crypto is used is bad. The thing I'm thinking about is crypto is all about decentral, like the way they advertise themselves. The other thing is then after all this, I found the first ever crypto project that I've actually found interesting or it might have potential, which was a crypto-based VPN network / Tor replacement, although not really, which I thought was pretty interesting. I don't think it's great privacy-wise. Privacy-wise, it's no better than a traditional VPN. I forgot what it's called, so there's no point in me talking about it. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. I went deep dive them because I was sus of them, right? I saw it on 4chan and I was like, this looks sus as fuck. And so I deep dived them, read through their white paper, read through all of their website, went in their Discord, asked some questions and stuff. And by the end of it, I was like, actually, this seems fairly reasonable, even though I was going in as skeptical as possible. And by the way, the skepticism was valid in that my skepticism was that it was the guy on 4chan was saying that this would replace Tor, but actually they weren't trying to replace Tor. They were never trying to replace Tor. So, whatever. Sorry, that was a bit of a digression. I'm gonna stand up and walk around my room because that will help me think. So, let's start with the Labour theory of value. I've never been one to believe in the Labour theory. Well, no, that's not true. I very briefly briefly for a few years believed in the Labour theory of value. When I found that, because that was the first theory of value I'd ever heard of, and I was like, wow, the thing everyone, the basic explanation, oh, they're stealing your surplus value, the philosophy tube type explanation of you can throw money at a tree as much as you like, but you need the labour is what turns that tree into valuable materials. And when I heard that, I was like, that's really interesting. As I kept reading about it, was more into philosophy, more into politics and all of this stuff, I was like, I'm starting to think of a few holes in this. And then the big realization to me came when I found out about, or not really found out about, because I've never read Marx really. I mean, I've read Critique of the Growth Program and the Communist Manifesto, but I've never read Capital. Like the big hole came to me when I sort of thought about the concept of socially useful labor, and this is one of the big like gotchas for Marxists, is like, well, what really counts as socially useful labor? Because the labor theory of value is like, if you don't know, the idea is that where does the value of a commodity come from? It doesn't come from the, it's not the same as the price. That's what a Keynesian would say. Look, the price is the same as the value. A Marxist would say the value that a commodity has is based on the labor put into it, right? That's why a chair costs more than the wood that you would use to build a chair, because the labor that goes into it is what gives the chair the extra value. Type situation. It's not quite that, but pretty much. And then the argument against that goes like, what if someone goes into work, spends 5 hours twiddling their thumbs, or doing labor that turns out to be useless, or doing useless labor on purpose or whatever, and then churns out a chair in 20 minutes? Is that chair still worth that? Like, how do you determine what one of that labor was valuable? Like, it might take someone who's less skilled twice as much time, and therefore twice as much labor, to make the same chair that someone who's been making chairs for their whole life could make very quickly and easily, right? So the idea is you have to determine what's socially useful labor, not just labor flat out. God, my hair is so awful. I need to cut it all off or whatever. But not just flat out labor, but socially useful labor. And it's like, what counts as that? Well, who gets to decide that? Well, there's no actually a solution to that problem. And the other thing that's kind of obvious is, well, basically I fundamentally realized that I agree with the Austrian economics, the Austrian school of economics type theory, which is that the value is subjective. There is no way to make an objective measure of value. It's simply determined by the individual's subjective opinion on how valuable something is. If I see a chair, like for example, my X60 that I bought, it cost about 100 quid, almost exactly 100 quid, right? Someone who doesn't know anything about laptops or ThinkPads or whatever might think, you paid 100 quid for a shitty old laptop, why not just save up a bit longer and buy a laptop that's modern? Like, they might have different things, like, that's not worth 100 quid, or, there's some things that are valuable to me and not valuable to other people. There's things that have sentimental value to me, there's things that have value to me because of they're specifically what I'm interested in, but might not be interesting to someone else. There are things that are valuable to other people that I don't think are valuable. I personally think that there is no objective, there's nothing like the labor theory of value that makes sense. Logically, right? Like, even if Adam Smith thinks it's true, he thought a lot of things were true, and he was wrong about a lot of things. So that's the first point. And then in Austrian economics, they be like, their big thing, really, is like, ayo, 100% reserve banking. And I'm like, what the fuck is reserve, what's that? And now I'm like, yo, 100% reserve banking, you know what the fuck I'm saying? That's kind of where it's at. What that means, by the way, is the bank has a physical representation of every money you put in reserve. So like, basically, rather than, God, my hair's so fucking bad, I'm gonna put a hat on. It's actually distracting. It's actually distracting how bad my hair is. Much better. So, right now there's just fractional reserve banking, so you put money into the bank and then they can spend it. Say you put $500 in, how do banks make money? They invest your money that you put in. So you put $500 into the bank invests that $500 into whatever they want to do, and then you happen to go next Tuesday, I want my $500 back, and the bank gives you $500, but they don't have that $500 to give you. They're investing it in something. So you have the $500 exists in two places at once, which is silly and leads to all sorts of terrible things, which is fundamentally how the 2008 financial crisis happened, for similar reasons. And in fact, a lot of financial crises happen because of this problem. 100% reserve banking means banks work a lot more like a sort of Dropbox, where You give them your 500 grand or 500 quid, and then you say, I'm not going to touch this for X time. Like, here, take my 500 quid. I will come back for it. You can have it. I'm not going to touch it for, you know, a year or whatever. In that year, they can do whatever they want with it, as long as they still have it at the end of the day. They can invest it for a profit, which is how banks operate. And then after the year, you're free to come back and take your 500 quid that you've stored with them, or however much money you want, right? I think that's a much better way to do banking, and a lot of economists agree. Bitcoin is that, right? What Land argues in his big thing is that the big thing that Bitcoin did well, like the big problem that Bitcoin solved, was the double spend problem, right? The idea of like, if you have digital cash, how do you stop two people from spending the same dollar or the same Bitcoin? How do you make sure that every Bitcoin can only be spent once? And that's the big thing that Bitcoin did with the blockchain, is a decentralized peer-to-peer database, right, that can append-only database. And the important part about that is really that it's decentralized and peer-to-peer, and it's cryptography-based. It's not reliant on a centralized server that can be compromised or, you know, whatever. Like, the idea is the blockchain doesn't lie, right? Even though it does because of forks and stuff, but it doesn't lie is the idea. And so, if you think about it, the whole problem with fractional reserve banking is the double spend problem, and Bitcoin solves that, and therefore Bitcoin is the type of thing that I want to see, right? The other thing that I found interesting from the lectures is sort of a misconception that I had in my mind, and I think a lot of crypto enthusiasts have in their mind, or maybe had near the start of crypto's sort of emergence, was that crypto is money. It's not money, it's a store of value like gold, right? Like it's trying, like a big complaint about crypto is you can't spend it. No one takes crypto, and transaction fees and how fucking slow transactions are make it impossible to spend like money. It's a massive failure. Well, you're not really supposed to spend it. You just like you wouldn't walk into a shop and pay for something with gold bars normally. It's the same fundamental thing with crypto. You're more using it to store value rather than to actually use for everyday transactions. And Land argues that unlike cash, which is representative value, right? A £5 note is basically an IOU. That Bitcoin is pure value. It is the raw pure value. Now, I'm not sure I 100% agree with that. I'm also not 100% sure I agree with Land on his whole time thing. The big meme from the Land Bitcoin thing was Bitcoin solves the problem of time. And what he means by that is that in Land's view, Bitcoin as a philosophical concept, not a capital B Bitcoin, not individual, the actual thing, but Bitcoin philosophically solves or creates rather synthetic a priori time, which if you haven't read Kant, like I haven't, and you'll explain to me, synthetic a priori, these are just categories of knowledge that in Kant's sort of thing. So a priori, basically it means something that's synthetic and a priori means it can be proven to be true objectively without needing to like look out in the world. So basically math. So like you can take a brand new novel mathematical problem and prove that it's true or false objectively without having to look at anything in the outside world or measure anything or anything, just by doing maths. The answer isn't there in the thing, but you can work it out without having to look in the world, if you know what I mean. You don't have to look at the outside, the external. And this is kind of what Land's all about. He likes the idea that when you look at the outside world, right? This is Kant, right? You look at the outside world, you see a tree, and then the tree goes through your senses, and you see it on the inside world. You process it, right? You see a representation of the tree, right? A representation via your senses, and whatever's going on in your brain to process that information. but you don't see the real tree, and you can't know whether the representation you see of the tree is the same as the real tree. And so we have to talk about the senses and stuff, whatever. And Land says, hey, when things go into your world, actually, I don't know if Land says this, but this was in the lectures, like, something being processed from the external world to the internal world via your senses is kind of like a form of weird encryption. And so it makes sense that logically Bitcoin would be able to bridge that gap because it's also an encrypted protocol. The idea being, before it's been represented, if you see, like, Bitcoin creates objective time in the blockchain mathematically without having to refer to a third party, right? Without having to have the transcendental get involved at all, you can have time, right? Because the idea is you can't see time objectively, you can only see time through your senses, according to Kant. You can't actually experience you can't experience time, you can only experience a representation of time. And so, according to Land, Bitcoin lets you experience time because it's synthetic a priori mathematical time that doesn't rely on the transcendental. It doesn't rely on something you can't see or can't prove or whatever that exists in the outside. It's purely maths, and it's peer-to-peer, decentralized. There is no authoritating body like with money or a client-server model or anything like that, where there's some third party that authoritates what it is. With Bitcoin, everything's mutually agreed without a central governance or the transcendental, and therefore you can make time exist in reality, in external reality, and bridge the gap between the external and the inside, presentation and representation. That's the idea behind Land's Bitcoin thing, kind of. I messed it up a little bit. You can read it if you're really interested. It's a bit word salady because it's written by Nick Land. And I'm like, that seems a bit weird, champ, but kind of cool. Yeah. I like the idea, stored value, don't like banks, like 100% reserve banking. Bitcoin seems kind of cool. Problem with Bitcoin still stands. All the problems previously admitted, like the fact that it's a bubble economy that's currently crashing, the fact that it's in constant deflation, all of these problems are real and bad. The environmental concerns aren't really concerns for Nick Land, as I'm sure you can imagine. They're not really concerns for me either, to be perfectly honest with you. There are worse things for the environment. People complain about NFTs being really, really bad. Oh, they just want to hate NFTs. And I also want to hate NFTs, but I'm not a pussy. And I can admit that copyright is bad, and that's why NFTs are bad, because it's like copyright. But these people are pussies that can't admit that. And so they have to say, oh, it's bad for the environment. Okay, why don't you campaign more against aeroplanes then? Because the aeroplane industry, I guarantee you, produces way more pollution than all the crypto mining in the world. Why don't you complain this much about cargo ships? You don't, because you're a bitch. NFTs are still very bad, though. They're just bad for other reasons, and they're mostly stupid. They're not even, like, bad doesn't even cover it. They're just retarded. Do I have a bowl or something? But, fundamentally speaking, the project of crypto utopians is to create a world with the rules without rulers, right? The idea is to use software and economic incentives to create a world of rules without having to have the where's my fucking spoon? Without having to have the fallibility and problems that come with actual authoritarian human rule. You can have a sort of objective, completely fair rule by mathematics and stuff. Now I obviously think in big part that is firstly, a weird appeal to nature, and secondly, that the big problem that crypto guys don't see is that programs are also created by humans, and they're not objective. Like, just because an AI is racist doesn't mean that it's racist. It doesn't know what it's doing. What happened is just that the programmers coded it to be racist. Or rather, for an AI, the training data was biased. However, on the other hand, I do think there's some promise in that idea of rules without rulers. As time goes on, I'm kind of both simultaneously more and less anarchisty. I'm trying to see if there's like a... Oh, there's things in here. Gonna make some peas. Like, for example, right now, I'm kind of big into the idea of clowning on anarchists who say you can have a successful defensive military without centralized command structures. Which, by the way, is how Catalonia got fucked. Not that Catalonia was particularly great in the first place, but they really opened themselves up to invasion because they didn't have a properly structured military. You need a properly structured military. With centralized hierarchies and everything. I know, it sounds bad, but did you know it's possible for things to be more fluid? I'm also into the idea right now, after, well, a few things, reading Patchwork, reading The Myth of the Stupid Savage by David Graeber, reading Cold Anarchy by Nick Land, that, well, and also, if you've read my latest blog post, you already know this, I already said it in that blog post, but the idea is, you're trying to create a game that works for everyone, but fundamentally, you're going to run into a problem, because there is no such thing as a game that works everywhere, every time, for everyone. Different people want to play different games, and even if you're okay, like chess, for example, it's like saying like communism is a well-designed game. It's a well-designed economic model. We can, whether or not it actually is doesn't matter. But like in the same way, chess is a really well-designed game. No one's going to argue with you that chess isn't a well-designed game. However, and like no one's going to clown on you if you're like, I love chess. I'm a chess grandmaster. And I follow all the, I follow all the chess stuff. No one's going to clown on you for that, right? Like, it's respected to be into chess. No one's ashamed to be into chess, really. However, it would be absurd to say everyone's into chess, and anyone who isn't into chess super hard, like me, is objectively wrong. Like, do you really want to play chess all the time? Like, that's the thing. Not only do you want to play chess, but do you want to play only chess all the time? Does everyone want to play only chess all the time? No. Even though chess is a well-designed game, it's just not appropriate for everywhere, everyone, and every time. Right? And the same goes for social and economic systems. There are a whole bunch of different competing ones, and this is the strength of capitalism, is how amorphous it is, and how its ability to MSG. This is the key ingredient for this meal. Like, the strength of capitalism is how there is no capitalism, there are capitalisms. There are many different competing forms of capitalism. Even some of them call themselves communism, but they really aren't, and you should know that. There are many competing forms of capitalism, but they can all live side by side. And they have some disagreements, and they don't get on perfectly well, but generally speaking, it's not like capitalists and communists living next door. It's more like different types of capitalism that can all have trade relations between each other, even when they do things differently. The social democracies in the Nordic model can get along perfectly fine with, ish, with, you know, deregulated Singaporean model or whatever. There's nothing in the rulebook that says they can't. And so the idea of patchwork is, or whatever, is to have a whole bunch of different states, or micronations, or patches, or federated anarchist zones, or whatever, doing their own little thing. And I say, even over time doing different things, like in The Myth of the Stupid Savage, David Graeber says that in prehistoric, pre-agricultural times, there were tribes that would have shifted social organization. From in the winter they would have been hierarchical, and in the summer they would have been anarchist. And I think that's a good way to do things. Just shift. There's no reason to have I'm all about fluidity. There's no oh, my form of anarchism is the best. Everyone needs to be a syndicalist. I'm here if you want to be a syndicalist, go ahead. Just do it over there, not right next to me. And now I'm if you want to be a capitalist, go ahead, by all means. Just do it over there somewhere. But then again, I also don't know that there is such thing as post-capitalism. That's kind of another deal. It's kind of another thing entirely. So with regards to crypto, I do think there's some, again, the way crypto sells itself is that it's all decentralized, peer-to-peer, horizontal, and leftists want top-down, state-enforced regulation. And I'm that doesn't sound very leftist. Or, no, it does sound leftist, it doesn't sound very anarchist, right? You know, is it anarchisty to really stop people doing capitalism completely? Or not even doing capitalism, but just doing markets. I've always said that markets are actually a pretty good way of distributing scarce goods. You just shouldn't have to use markets for everything. I've been saying this for years. There should just be other ways to get things, not just markets. And I think crypto, you know, is perfectly valid as one of those ways. I don't want it to be everything. I don't want Web 3.0 where everything is a crypto asset. But, you know, if you really want to, go ahead and do that. And just don't force me to partake in it. 100% guaranteed freedom of exit is what I want, right? I don't really mind what you do. As long as when you start doing it, I'm free to leave and go somewhere that isn't. And if it's really that good, this is kind of the good thing about capitalism, is that if what you start doing is really that good, then you'll soon start to outcompete your neighbours. And then they'll start doing it too. But if it's not that good, then you'll be rapidly outcompeted by your neighbours, and you'll probably be forced to stop doing it. That's the idea. If you want to see what I was making, it's rice, peas, and chicken tendies. It's kind of my staple meal these days, because it kind of has everything you need in it. Protein, carbs, and vegetables. It's pretty good, really, all things considered. You can also switch out peas for beans. Put mayo in it if you really want to. Put some MSG and salt on it, and pepper, and sesame oil. Tastes good. It actually tastes very good. And it's like a substantial meal as well. It's not like some pussy shit.
If you're a long-time subscriber and you actually watch my videos where I do stupid Linux things, you may remember from ages ago when I was trying to be I want to watch all my YouTube videos in an RSS feed, and it took me ages to, well, kind of figure out how to do it, even though it's actually fairly simple. There were various problems with it. And in the end, I stopped using it for various reasons. The first reason was that every time you wanted to check if there had been any new uploads, you would have to reload, because the way it worked essentially is that on YouTube, if you put the channel URL into an RSS reader, that's an RSS feed, right? But it's an RSS feed for that channel. So each channel you're subscribed to becomes a separate RSS feed you have to subscribe to in your reader, right? Like each channel you want to subscribe to is a separate feed instead of one feed with all your subscriptions, which doesn't exist. Like, that's not possible anymore, as far as I know. Unless I missed something. Which means that it takes ages to refresh your feed, because it has to go through and manually check, well, not manually, but it has to go through one by one and check for new videos from each channel, which you don't really want to happen, right? I set up a cron job that would do that every half an hour or whatever, but that cron job won't run if you have Newsboat open. Anyway, it was complicated. So that was the first reason. And the second reason is because a while after I started using it, YouTube seemed to put out some sort of special thingy-madoo that broke streaming, but in a very subtle way. What it would do is it would essentially throttle you, and you would just buffer a lot. And it was like random. Like, you'd have to reload the same video like 4 or 5 times before you would actually get the buffering to stop, before you'd be able to like actually watch it. Like, it would just buffer constantly, and you'd have to keep reloading it until it would work. And then eventually what they've done is they've just put a cap on it. Like, this is why I had, like, at that point I stopped using it, and I just, but then I checked again later. What they've done is they've just put a complete cap on it. So if you send too many requests to the YouTube, like if you just send too many requests at all, which is what happens when you try and refresh your feed from your IP, you basically get soft banned, and it like severely throttles you, which I think is what was happening before. Like, if you just send too many requests, it just soft bans you and throttles you. I don't know if it's specifically to kill this. I assume this is a tiny, tiny proportion of their user base is doing this. I assume it's probably something to stop bots from view botting. I assume it's to stop view botting or DDoSing or something like that. Maybe both. So not really practical to do this, especially if you have if you only want to subscribe to like 4 or 5 channels, the original method still works great. But if you want to subscribe to 700 channels, don't do it. Here's how I recommend doing it instead. The answer is, don't even use YouTube. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to want to go to an Invidious instance of your choice. Invidious is a third-party YouTube front end. Let me actually open Firefox. So you can see it. YouTube. Here's the one I use, youtube.be. But there's plenty of different instances. And then what you're going to want to do is sign in and create an account, which it's not ideal. A lot of people kind of don't want to create accounts. But this is just the most. If you don't want to make an account, then fair enough. But good. I don't think you can't do it unless you create an account. And to be fair, I kind of trust these people. But that's just me. I'm okay with having an account on this website. Then you want to import your YouTube subscriptions, which you do through settings, and there's like some fucking thing somewhere. Import manage subscriptions, maybe. I don't remember what it is. import, and you can import the descriptions from a JSON file from which you can get. You can look up how to do that. It's really easy. And then you're going to get all your subscriptions in youtube.be or whatever instance you want. And this already works. Your instance will probably have thumbnails. Mine doesn't. For some reason, it's just always been broken. The thumbnails are just broken. I don't know why. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be broken, and they aren't broken. Like, if I don't log in, they're not broken. But whatever. Thumbnails are broken, but that doesn't matter. And then, if you can see there's an RSS logo in the corner, you can just get a single RSS feed of your NVIDIA subscriptions, and it will show you. Like, if I show you, it'll show you just your most recent subscriptions in one feed, and it shows my name there, but it's not my real name. But yeah, just NVIDIA's feed, and then your latest 40 videos just there in one feed. And so when you want to update your feed, you just have to on one feed, and instant. Do you see how instant that was? Because that's all I just have to check one feed. It's instant, and so that's the best way to do it. Then you're not even using YouTube servers. They're mirrored, or maybe you are. I don't really know how NVIDIA actually works. But, you just, and then you can open it in MPV, as you want to do, which is, you can look up how to set that up. It's very easy. Set up MPV sponsor block, which you kind of are going to want. But that's also very easy. It's just a lower script from MPV, and there you go. You're fucking set. You can watch all your YouTube videos in MPV. You don't need a web browser. You don't need anything. Perfect, and great. The only thing is, to manage your subscriptions, you're going to have to go to YouTube, to the NVIDIA instance that you're doing, and manage your subscriptions there. You're not going to be able to manage your subscriptions by just copy paste. Well, I suppose you can if you want to format them as an RSS in the. I don't know if you can even do that. Whatever. This is the best way to watch YouTube through the command line, in my opinion. If you want to have a feed, I know there's things that there's like YTF-ZF and YouTube Viewer on the command line if you don't want a subscription feed. But I mean, YTF-ZF does have the subscriptions thing, but it doesn't work well. This is the best way to do it, is to get an RSS feed via NVIDIA and do it that way. YouTube, you have to be using, if you're streaming YouTube videos with YouTube DL, which you that can't do NVIDIA, you need to switch to YTDLP, which you should switch to anyway, because YouTube DL is depreciated, or it's not actively maintained anymore, where YTDLP is a fork that's actively maintained, and that supports NVIDIA and a bunch of other websites. And it's better anyway, so you should be using it anyway. But yeah, just a note: you're going to have to switch from YouTube DL to YTDLP, which MPV will do automatically. Like, as soon as you don't have to tell MPV to switch anymore. You did for a while, but now MPV automatically prioritizes. Anyway, my main practical political goals are some way for me to live as a NEET forever, like UBI, or just, something like that. Whatever. And, but, that's what it is. That's whatever. And free software / copyright abolition / intellectual property abolition. Again, for practical reasons. I like to make art. And I like using computers. But in terms of, those are sort of just, individual policies. In terms of, a political program of some kind, right, I don't really have one. I kind of cycle between them, but at the end of the day, none of them are very good. Vaguely anarchist patchwork, but on a more fundamental level, how do I put it? Okay, so, you know how, I talk a lot about, in the Middle Ages, things were actually pretty good, right? It's not because I believe I'm a monarchist who wants to go back to feudal times and think that the average feudal peasant had a better life than we do now. I don't think so, right? What I think is, in fact, it's fairly, no matter how much you like any other part of history, unless you're a delusional antrim, we have a better standard of living now, right now, than any time in history, in terms of like basic needs being met. Like, there is abundant food. I have, I have a fairly small apartment, but it's still bigger than, not that I need a big apartment, but like, I'm not in immediate danger of starvation, war, although who knows what's going on in Ukraine right now, but getting distracted by anime. I have to turn the anime off. I'm not under immediate risk of starvation or hunger or thirst or disease or anything like that, right? Like, if I get an infection, I can go to the doctors for free and get antibiotics or whatever the fuck, right? Like, there's problems with it, but generally speaking, the standard of living's pretty good. I mean, just the availability of food, the abundance and availability of food alone makes this time unprecedented in sort of human history. The fact that it doesn't look like we're going to be starving anytime soon, and this is due to technological development, not social progress, right? It's due to fertilizers and GMOs and advances in farming techniques and stuff. Not anything to do with social organization, really. And interestingly, like, I feel like that's kind of back to what I was saying about crypto ages ago. Like, I think that's kind of the appeal of crypto, is these technological changes tend to be very permanent, whereas social changes tend to sort of be extremely gradual and flimsy. And so I think that's the temptation to go with crypto and the sort of Web 3.0 / rules without rulers type of deal. However, just, I'm not at risk of dying of starvation, diseases, war, whatever, as my ancestors might have been. However, I still feel like shit, and I think that's because I'm human, and humans are just always going to feel like shit. Like, no matter what needs you have met, if you have the basic need for food, right? Like, I could eat just bowls of rice and beans for the rest of my life or whatever, but I'd be like, man, wish I had more variety in my food. Wish I had more expensive food. Wish I had like, you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to be satisfied. And I think that's where the Buddhist thing of, like, just get rid of desire, man. Why try and improve things? Just stop wanting things to be better, and then you'll be happy. Like, that's retarded. I think Buddhism is kind of retarded. I mean, I think they have some good points. But yeah, I think that aspect of Buddhism is kind of retarded. But the point is, as a human being, as a conscious being, do you know what I mean? Like, you get full communism tomorrow, and it goes as well as everyone could possibly have anticipated, better than all of the Leninists and fully automated luxury gay space communists' wildest dreams could ever have anticipated. And I'm still going to feel like shit. And you're still going to feel like shit. And you're still going to feel unsatisfied with your life. Because that's just the nature of being human. That's not a my human nature argument as to why communism wouldn't work. I'm saying, here's communism working great. And I'm telling you right now, it's not going to make a dent in unfulfillment. Because the more needs you fulfill, the more your brain comes up with new ones that you can't. there's like depression in the world is higher now than it's ever been. Is that because of, and you know, what if the argument against that is, what if that, well, that's just because it's less stigmatized and more commonly diagnosed, and it's mostly that the diagnosis is better now, not that more people are depressed. And then the counterpoint is, so you're saying everyone's always been this depressed, just always, and no one ever mentioned it? Like, that's kind of worse, right? And so, yeah, my only actual political goal is, well, like, how do you stop that? You can't, right? Even if you, like, I'm definitely a nihilist, right? Like, I'm definitely like, well, you build your perfect communist society, whatever, and it still collapses because civilization is just collapsed. It's what they do. There is no end of history. And okay, it doesn't collapse in the next 100 years, next 1,000 years, but it will collapse eventually. And humans will go extinct eventually. So really, what's the point? You know, it's not going to make people happy, because you can't make people happy. So my goal becomes, well, that's the fundamental problem then, not material conditions, but, well, definitely partly material conditions, but even more so the us, the context, right? How do you solve the problem of humanity? Well, that's basically my big thing. I'm not I'm not a transhumanist, because it's still humanist. Yeah, my big political goal, well, you know, I'm an anti-natalist. You know, I say don't have children. But I think just not having children doesn't make you an anti-natalist. That makes you a non-natalist. To be an anti-natalist, you have to be actively engaged in making sure that fewer people have children. Which I don't know how to do that, except for perpetuating whatever, I don't know. But it's like that book I haven't read says, according to a YouTube video that I watched, the only goal consciousness can possibly have, the only possible goal that makes sense, is the complete destruction of the universe. Suicide isn't enough. Genocide isn't enough. You know, extinction isn't enough. You have to destroy the entire universe just to make sure that nothing like consciousness can ever happen again, because it's just the worst thing ever. It's just a horrific parasite. And right now, I think, I don't know, but yeah, and welcome back to ThinkPad Thinks, you're on the show. This is the ThinkPad X60S, and here's my question. Whoa. Here's my question. What the fuck is this? Like, what is this, though? Like, explain that, science. What does it do? It doesn't come out any further. Anyone in the comments know what this is? Like, what is it? It just pops out. Like, it just goes, you poke it and it goes, doom, and then it's just, like, what is it? It looks almost like the end of a stylus. It's not, it's like hollow. What is that? No idea. Anyway, the ThinkPad X60S, here's some notes. Firstly, physical Wi-Fi or wireless on-off button is on the bottom here. Interesting. Plenty of I/O, USB, DVI, Ethernet, this card, SD card slot. Interesting. 2 more USB ports and 2 ports that I don't know what they are. A phone line port, headphones and audio out and audio in, and a charging port. Nothing much of interest on the bottom. Alright, sorry, I accidentally stopped recording. We got the Think Vantage button here. Escape key is kind of annoyingly small. It's like my biggest complaint about the keyboard. Also, these keys are like mini. That's weird, but hey. The light is not on the caps lock key. Instead, there's a light up there that tells you whether caps lock's on or not. No trackpad, but a fingerprint reader that I'm never going to use. And interestingly enough, a terrible think light. The think light on the X220 and the X200 is great. This think light is over on the side for some reason. I don't know who thought that was a good design decision. So it only lights up really like, it looks better on camera than it does in real life. I mean, if I turn the screen brightness down, you can probably see it better. Like it mainly lights up the left side. I mean, it's not really a problem since the keyboard's very good, but like you don't really need the think light. But I'm a fan of the think light. Other notable things, just like the X200 and not like the X220, this has a latch for the top. You can see it moving these things, and there's a little divot in the side where you can pick the lid up when it's latched shut. That's interesting, I suppose. And yeah, fundamentally, that's the ThinkPad X60. Yes. It sure would be nice if industrial civilization came to an end. That sure would be nice. I just don't want to live to see it. You ever think... okay, like if post-industrial, post-civ stuff happens, like it's not going to happen at this population volume. Like, you ever think we just need to start calling off the old people? This is why I express my critical support for the virus in its quest against humanism. Like, the UK, like Japan, has the same problem. We have like an aging population that aren't retiring. But, you know, that shouldn't be a problem normally because all the old people just die. But they're not dying or retiring. So, you know, that's why you need a virus to come along. That is God saying, I'm trying to help you here, guys. But instead, we were like, oh, you're going to get the vaccine. What the fuck am I talking about? Listen, there has to be some sacrifices made. And in this case, the sacrifices are all the old people. Okay? I'm telling you, we do not need them. We do not need them. What do they add to the world? Fuck all. When was the last time something important or interesting happened and it was done by someone old? It doesn't happen. Nick Land became shit when he got old, right? I've come to my senses is what I've done right now. I've had a big come to Jesus moment, and Jesus is my senses. And I've realized, the fuck am I talking about? What am I fucking going on about? You know? I'm tired. I might sound drunk. I'm not drunk. I have not drank alcohol in ages. I'm just tired. But I can't sleep because my brain is activated. I don't think there's actually any fun. The only, what fundamental problems are there with the world? Anime's not that good right now. Could be better. You know? Doesn't, whatever. Cost of living is kind of high. Wish things were cheaper, or I had more money. One or the other works. Yeah, food. If you know what? Fuck food. Food's cheap. If gas prices weren't so expensive right now, that'd be nice. But it's not that big of a deal. Free software. Wish the Intel management engine didn't exist. That'd be good. Let's get rid of that. Well, you can. That's why LibreBrew exists. So we've solved that one. There we go. Another win for technological solutions rather than social and political solutions. LibreBrew solves the problem of authoritarian surveillance. That's my new thing. Nick Land gets to be like Bitcoin solves the problem of space-time or whatever. I get to be like LibreBrew solves the problem of surveillance. What if I wrote an essay called no, that's stupid. Whatever. I was gonna say, you know how they have the different UACC, ZACC, whatever. What if it was GNU/ACC, GNU acceleration? But I don't even like GNU. I use Alpine Linux. It's not GNU Linux. It doesn't have big core utils. It's not. It doesn't have GNU libc. It has muscle. So take that. I think it's okay to just be a bit mean to people sometimes. All my friends are really nice. Everyone I know really is kind of nice pilled, But I'm the opposite of nice pilled. I just think it's perfect. I think it's actively good to be rude to people. 'Cause they don't deserve it. They don't deserve. But 90% of the time, people don't deserve me being nice to them. But you're scum. I know you're scum because I know I'm scum and you're just like me. The best we can hope for, the best possible outcome here is that Russia decides to nuke the UK. Here's what happens. Russia's invading Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. Dotsmite says they're probably invading Ukraine because they're on the brink of collapse, and it's sort of a desperate measure because otherwise why would they do it? I think that's reasonable. So they have nothing left to lose. The invasion of Ukraine starts going maybe badly, but they get some foreign backing. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, let's invade a NATO member country now. They invade a NATO member country. NATO is fucking stop, and then sends the US military at them or whatever. And then Russia's oh, you're gonna US military us? Well, we're gonna nuke you. And then the nukes start flying, and Posadism happens in real time in front of our very eyes, and then we no longer have to live on this shithole planet anymore. Wouldn't that be great? The entire world an irradiated wasteland. If only. Yeah. I need to make a meme. There's a meme that I've been meaning to make for ages. It's the you know the we should improve society somewhat meme. It's an edit of that meme where it's like the we should improve society somewhat guy is saying like consciousness is suffering or whatever, and then the other guy is like, but you say that, but you have survival instincts left over from millions of years ago, which mean that you're scared of dying. So that disproves your point, right? That's the meme I want to make. I think I'm like trying to reconcile the idea of like, well, if Nick Land is right, which he's not, let's clarify that, right? But specifically, old Nick Land, old Nick was right about the phrase, nothing human makes it out of a near future. Like, what near future was he talking about? Like, how near? I don't know. Yeah, these days I'm less convinced that collapse is going to happen, because I'm just like, civilizations are by their nature fragile, yes. However, I think the only reason we sort of think collapse is happening is because the West is losing its dominance as a global superpower, and the U.S. empire is collapsing, and therefore all of its allies are also collapsing. But it's not actually global civilizational collapse. Like, for example, some random place in Southeast Asia that's fairly self-sufficient is not going to notice the difference. Some random place in East Africa is not going to notice the difference. When the global supply chains die, right, that doesn't mean that, I don't know, Malaysia or whatever isn't an industrial nation, isn't civilized. You know what I mean? So now I'm like, who knows? Like, you know the whole ecological disaster business where it's like, oh, the temperature's going to increase and then it's going to flood. I mean, yeah, it's going to flood if you're a small island nation, but most places in the world are fine. Fundamentally, the only question is, the only thing that's left up to debate is, can we switch to nuclear fast enough before we run out of oil? And with this Russia situation, the pressure's on even more, right, to switch to renewables and nuclear. We're not going to be able to switch to renewables fast enough, so nuclear it is. But can we build enough nuclear power plants fast enough before the oil runs out or becomes prohibitively expensive to allow the industrial processes that are required to create nuclear power plants in the first place? The answer is no one knows, obviously. I just find it hard to believe that capital, in its infinite wisdom, would let itself die so easily. On the other hand, maybe capital is dumb, and Nick Land is wrong, and I'm wrong, and I don't know, the Marxists are right, and it's going to be destroyed by its own contradictions, or whatever they say. Listen, I have so many contradictions. If it was possible to be destroyed by your own contradictions, I would have done it by now. What is this video? I still haven't cleaned up. I'm considering just living like this. I mean, I need to clean up in the front room, but I might just leave my room a mess, because fuck it. I simply live with the pain. I don't have to be right. Here's the thing, right? Like, I don't have to be right about these things, because there's no stakes for me. This is why I can have these weird fucking ideologies, whereas politicians have to be, you know, centrists. Because for me, I can hedge all my fucking bets on post-left, anarcho, XYZ, blah, 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 right? And it doesn't matter. But they, you know, they have a lot at stake. They're in power. And so if they fuck up big time. And so they have to sort of play it safe. And their version of playing it safe is, well, we're not all dead yet, so let's stick to kind of what we know. Although, you know, that's probably not the best idea, but that's what people have been arguing forever. So who knows? I just think everyone should have small, low-powered computers that are all interconnected into some sort of mesh network, and be free to pick berries and grow potatoes or whatever they want to do, you know. Have some sheep. All you need to live, the only things you need to live are potatoes, butter, and oats. So if you've got those three things, that's enough food. It's pretty easy. You'll be fine. You're not going to die. Unless you live in Ukraine, then you might die. Or, like, a poverty-stricken nation. But you're not watching these videos. I wonder if I have any viewers in Ukraine. I'm pretty sure some, I don't know. It's kind of cool. Russia invaded Ukraine, is what happened, by the way. You know the context. I don't have to explain the context to you. You're watching the video in the future. You know more than me about the situation. I think plagues are good. I think plagues are good. I think generally mass die-offs in any sense and capacity are good. Like, every time there's a mass extinction event in the history of life on Earth, you look at the timeline, and after the mass extinction event, you see a massive explosion in biodiversity, because it kills off the apex predators and sort of shuffles everything around, and the people who are at the bottom of the food chain tend to be the ones that survive, and then complexify and so on. So the Anthropocene mass extinction event, or whatever, the one we're doing right now with the ecology stuff, which isn't even real, but whatever. I'm not saying ecological destruction isn't real. I'm just saying the thing that is over exaggerated is the effects of global warming, and then everything else gets sort of swept by the wayside, when in reality global warming is the least of our worries. But yeah, this one, how do you go from here, from big increase in biological complexity? The singularity. So here we go. We're mixing it all together. We're stirring it all up in a melting pot. Patchwork, make everything small. Cold anarchy, make the state point outwards instead of inwards. Anarchy, you know what? We don't even need a state or nations. But we'll have federations, which are just the same thing, but we don't call them nations. We don't call them micronations or patches, but they're the same thing. Capitalism. Can we get rid of it? Is it possible? I don't know. I would look kind of silly if I came down on either side right now. I mean, I'm currently tending towards no, but also depends how you define capitalism. But I'm tending towards it'll just shift and morph. And even something that's post-capitalist would still be capitalist. For whatever. I was thinking about this stuff. Can't I just think about normal things? What do normal people think about? Like, it doesn't matter what I think. That's my point. Who cares if I'm a fucking whatever? Who cares? The next day. One of the reasons I came to my senses yesterday and exercised the libertarian ANCAP that had possessed me for the past week is that I rewatched my old. Someone commented something on my old video, which is called like Unconditional Positive, and I rewatched Unconditional Positive, and I was like, this guy's kind of going off. This guy's making some good arguments. Wait a minute, this guy's just me from a couple months ago. What the fuck what's happened to me? That's kind of what happened. And, you know, I think I've gotten something out of this, and I think it's a good thing. The way it always is, and anyone who knows me knows this to be the case, is like every time I read a new book or I read some new theory or whatever, I'm like, wow, this is the coolest shit, and I change my entire ideology to suit it. And then slowly over the course of the next few weeks and next few months, I like ease back down into a comfortable anarchism, but I have engulfed this new ideology and taken what's good from it. That's kind of how, you know, I wish I could just skip the first step where I become some retard for a while every time I read something new. But I still think the end result is fine, because I like the idea of subsuming a bunch of different ideas from a bunch of different ideologies into a critical self-theory type deal. So, you know, whatever. But in that video, I talk about the rise of agriculture, and I'm like, my theory as to why agriculture happened is that although doing agriculture sucks, it's really good for feeding armies, and military might was a big importance in the pre-industrial world, just as it's a big importance now. I want to sort of, now that I know a bit more about pre-serve societies, pre-agricultural societies, I just want to, like, okay, so I think the big mistake I made there is thinking that it's a black and white sort of situation, that you're either doing hunter-gathering or you're doing farming, agriculture. You can't be doing both or something in between the two. Whereas in reality, now that I've looked at it a bit more, it seemed most likely that there was a big crossover moment, and there still is in you know, less non-industrial civilizations, less agricultural civilizations as crossover. So the big thing I missed out on there is, like, agriculture started because, human beings were already eating grains, but we were eating new sprout grains raw, probably, or maybe cooked, but we weren't doing what we do now, which is growing grains, waiting for them to die and dry out, and then storing them over the winter. What we were doing was going up, picking the seeds of grasses and sort of either eating them there or maybe drying them out, maybe taking them home and boiling them in a pot type of situation. It was more of a situation of, it was a different time in the harvest. I don't remember exactly when, because I'm bad with this sort of stuff, but like there's a time period in the life cycle of a grain seed when it's sort of at its peak edibleness. Like it hasn't dropped off the plant yet, but it's sort of a new sprout. You can just, like, if you tried to eat a wheat grain that in a field of wheat right now, it's dried out and hard and tough, and you couldn't eat it. But if you go a few months earlier, there's a period where you can just pick the grains off of the things and just eat them raw, and they taste fairly good, and they have plenty of good carb content and sugar content and all this stuff. So most likely people were eating grains like that, and also obviously other fauna. And the idea is probably that people started taking some of the spare grains that they didn't eat and planting them in the ground, maybe by accident, maybe just like they had a bunch of these grains and then they just dropped some on the ground and they shot up into new grass, and people were like, hold on a minute, we can do this. And that's how horticulture started. So it wasn't so much setting up farms, it was more going into nature and or going into these plants' natural environment and cultivating them, taking care of them, still in their natural environment, still with more biodiversity, not a monocrop, not like we're going to grow grains here, we're going to grow barley right here. Like, it wasn't that sort of situation. It was more like, here's where the barley grows, let's plant more barley here because we know that this is where the barley grows, type of situation. So, and there was a sort of crossover between agriculture and foraging, where people were doing this, and it's sort of similar to the idea of permaculture, right? Like it's so that's sort of the one thing I missed. And there's also the situation where, like, even in various modern agricultural societies, foraging, gathering, hunting hasn't died off. We still hunt in the modern era to this day, even though we have massive industrial agriculture. People still hunt and people still forage. You go out into the countryside, pretty much anywhere, and you'll find people still foraging wild plants and berries and stuff. It's just like a good way to get food for free. So there was, even when people were doing horticulture or early agriculture or anything like this, they would still have been hunting and foraging at the same time. There's also the aspect of like symbiosis, like with, for example, with wolves/dogs, and other animals would have been similar. So there may have been a situation, I don't know this for sure, but there may have been a sort of situation, like there's that one, well, I don't know how real that is, actually, but there's like fundamentally human settlements produce a lot of stuff that is alluring to lots of animals, and I think it's probable that there was a time period where animals were sort of hanging around humans a bit, but not necessarily like fully, what's the word I'm looking for, domesticated. And I feel like that period is longer than generally assumed. Like, people talk about like, oh, wolves, they have this social instinct, and they because of that, they ended up forming a symbiotic relationship with humans and became dogs. The process of wolves becoming dogs took thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It wasn't an overnight thing. Thousands of years. Like, think about the actual time scale. Like, think about how far back Jesus was and how different the world was then. We're talking like 5 times that, the distance of time between wolves and dogs. There was a long fucking period, and most of this isn't really recorded very well, so we don't know how it went. But I think you can assume that most domesticated animals had a similar long period of transition from their wild state to their domesticated state. So yeah, that's kind of one of the things I missed out on, is like, it wasn't so much that like people just started doing agriculture so that they could feed their armies. It was also the addition of people didn't really just start doing agriculture. People were sort of doing a mix of both and everything and a little bit for a really long time. And because they were doing it for so long, they sort of accidentally or just by naturally, consequently, ended up selectively breeding for domesticated plants and animals, because they were just doing it for so long that they just ended up selectively breeding for these domesticated plants and animals, and agriculture just sort of happened to get good. Like, the big problem in anthropology, like historical anthropology and stuff, is we know that agriculture sucked for a really long time, so why did people still keep doing it? And I think the answer is, well, people didn't sort of, it wasn't, the image that I think a lot of anthropologists have is there were the hunter-gatherers on one side, and then some guy goes off to be a farmer. Whereas I think that's really, really unlikely. I think, and also I don't know if actual anthropologists think this. This is just the popular culture sort of idea of how agriculture started. Is there was a bunch of people doing hunter-gathering, and then some people went off to go be farmers, and everyone was like, that's weird, why are you being farmers? And they were like, just you wait a couple thousand years, we'll be in charge of all of you. Whereas that's not really what happened, right? Everyone would have been involved in a bit of agriculture, a bit of horticulture, a bit of permaculture, and a bit of mostly gathering and hunting and stuff. And then slowly, over a really long period of time, societies sort of ended up focusing in on agriculture due to technological developments, due to selective breeding. That seems more likely to me. And also there's the concept of seasonality in all of this, right? Like, in certain times of year, it's really good to do agriculture. Like, that's kind of the big deal about agriculture, is that lets you feed yourself over the winter. The reason grains are so amazing is that you harvest your grains and then they last you over the winter. Whereas when things are plentiful, in times of plenty, in times of abundance, in the spring and summer, you probably would have not had to do agriculture for a long period of time, and people didn't. This is like a big anti-progressivism thing. Is the idea of like we went from it's like the Anprim problem. Like Anprims get this wrong too. It's like we went from pre-agricultural society to agricultural society to industrial society, and some people might say to information technological society, right? Whereas in reality, we've always been doing all of it. Even in the modern day, if you buy fish, the chances are that fish was hunted, essentially, right? Like, fishing is just hunting in the ocean. There are farmed fish, of course, but you can't farm every fish, and farming fish has its own problems, and it's not always better than fishing regularly. So, hunting still exists because you eat fish sometimes. Hunting still exists because you eat deer sometimes. These things aren't farmed. Foraging still exists because you might eat foraged mushrooms from time to time. You can go out and forage right now. You ever go to the countryside and pick blackberries? I know I've done it. I think it's fairly common. Obviously, that's not like advanced foraging, but it happens. Stuff like that happens, and essentially, like it hasn't gone anywhere. It's just become less. You just don't have to interact with it because you're very alienated from the process, but it still sort of goes on. Like if you watch Non Biori, for example, the anime, they go forage for like wild plants, and it's not like brought up as like a weird thing that they're doing. I've seen it in a lot of anime that are set in the countryside, where people go forage for wild vegetables and wild plants and eat them, because that's just. And that's normal pretty much in most places in the world. It's not just Japan only, the only thing. Like most places where there's lots of vegetation, natural forests, natural mountains, etc. Why would you just leave that? Why wouldn't you? It doesn't make any sense to not go forage there if you can, you know. And then there's also the whole, I don't know. Capitalism and growth, and endless growth and profit. This is the problem with patchwork, is that patchwork people say, well, people wouldn't invade their neighbors and expand their land because it would be unprofitable. However, this has always been the part of patchwork that has been sketchy to me. Is is that true though? If you look historically, even pre-capitalism, in the sense that we think about it, people were still invading their neighbors' lands for profit, as in for natural resources, for farmlands, etc. There's no reason to believe that wouldn't be the case under an ANCAP sovereign corporation type deal, like Moldbug wants. It's still I would think the idea, right, is that war is unprofitable on this sort of scale, right? That if you, it's much better to have friendly trade relations with your neighbors than it is to try and conquer your neighbors. The problem I see here is that not every geographic location is gifted with plentiful natural resources. The natural resources are not handed out fairly by God. So if you're an oil-rich country or whatever but you're a country with a patch with rich natural resources and your neighbor doesn't have any of that, your neighbor's going to be poor because they're reliant on you. And so if your neighbor's poor, what use do you have of them? Firstly, if they're fully reliant on you, then fundamentally they're already a territory of you. Like they're at the very least they're a puppet state. And then it's going to be in the less rich country's best interest to be like, well, instead of being 100% economically dependent on our neighbor, we should just focus all of our money into military might and invade. And then the neighbor's going to be like, well, if that's the case, then instead of having to sell all of our resources to this country, what if we just conquered them? Well, actually, maybe it would be beneficial for the bigger country in that the more rich country in that case. But what I'm saying is, so smaller country invades. In all likelihood, you don't get an Oda Nobunaga type situation. In all likelihood, the smaller country loses, gets counter-invaded by the bigger country. They take all of their resources and farmland and whatever, expand themselves, and now they have even more resources and they're even more powerful. And it's a runaway cycle where they keep invading their neighbors, and eventually you end up in a situation just like we're in now. Because that's what fucking happened last time we had city-states. As soon as we had capitalism, city-states dissolved because because of the very fact that it's unprofitable to do that. So that's as great as it would be to have under this idea, I don't know that it's possible without as much as Moldbug and Land would hate to say this, abolishing capitalism. On the other hand, capitalism looks very different now than it did back then, and there is this sort of fundamental model of capitalism as it's going right now, which tends towards a somewhat decentralized or horizontally organized, less middlemen type of situation, peer-to-peer, one might say, where, we used to have, like in technology, we used to have these massive centralized intranet type deals, and then it sort of has been decentralized, and then the thing is, it then re-centralized into the big social media corporations, but technology is tending in the trajectory of like crypto and Web 3.0, which is entirely decentralized, allegedly, even though it's not really, because it's just centralized on a protocol instead of being centralized on a company, and those protocols are run by human beings, and those human beings tend to form a centralized group. So whatever, like, if you have let's say someone scams you on Ethereum, you have to just campaign for the people who run Ethereum to do a rollback or whatever. Like, it's still centralized power in some sense. In which case, I don't know. I can't really say one way or the other. I need to talk to Dotsmay about this. The idea is that it wouldn't be profitable to invade your neighbors, but and for a while I was convinced, but now I'm less convinced. So, I think anarchist patchwork, right, is the play here, because you take the states out of it, and then you don't have any states. And I warned you about states, bro. States are the ones that fuck it up for us. I don't know. The Nick Land cold anarchy from the new thing where he's like, states should be pointed outwards and just focus on international relations and nothing else. Good luck getting them to do that, though. Good luck. Everyone in this patch just agrees on the correct way to run things. That would be great. Let's do that. I like that idea. The problem is, again, geography. The problem is the reality of geography, that okay, so let's say, like, the success of a certain patch or societal model is going to be partially dependent on their ideology, but also, as it always is, significantly dependent on their geography. Like, that's the whole thing is, the whole thing with racism, right, is, all the Europeans decided to colonize the global south, right? They decided to do colonization. And I think the idea is that it's just because Europeans were evil and not, because Europe has is the best place to live geographically. Europe and sort of America are the best places to live geographically for agriculture and stuff like that. And like Britain is like probably if I'm thinking like where would on the world would be the best place to put a human civilization in terms of natural resources, in terms of land, fertile land, etc. Northern Europe or China are like the best places. Northern Europe, China, sort of Indus River type area, like India type, northern India type area. These are the best places to put an agricultural civilization geographically. Like, if I was playing a video game, that's where I'd put them. Not Africa, not the Middle East, not Southeast Asia, not Australia, not South America, and not like an island nation or any of these places, because they're just not that abundant in the same way that Europe is abundant. And that's why Europe colonized the world, because they had the resources to do so, and anyone else who had the resources to do so would have done so as well, because that's what's encouraged by having civilization exist. And civilization can only exist when you have the material preconditions for it to exist, which are European environmental preconditions. So, yeah, I don't think patchwork actually solves the problem of geography. Although it's better than what we have now, and it's better than global communism. I'll tell you that much. I don't know. The answer is there is no solution except for the destruction of the universe. That's the only solution. And I'm hella down for that. You know that rant I just went on? That was not, I just realized I had a whole other thing that I wanted to talk about. And I went off in a different direction completely. I want to talk about breakfast, not fucking capitalism. It always happens, man. So last night, I was really hungry before I went to bed, so I ate some sausage rolls from Co-op, really cheap shit sausage rolls. Don't buy those. I shouldn't be eating those. My diet is very terrible right now, but that's all I had. So I ate those before I went to bed, and I woke up, and guess what? Not really hungry. That was like 2.5 hours ago, and I'm still like barely hungry. If you just eat, and I was thinking, so people in history didn't eat breakfast early like we do. They ate breakfast much later. Right? How did they, not be really hungry after a couple hours of when they woke up? It's because they had biphasic sleep cycles where they'd wake up in the middle of the night and have a snack and then go back to sleep, and the snack would keep them powered for the early morning. I'm now kind of heavily anti-breakfast action. Like that. I mean, if I could have a biphasic one, if I could get that to work, that would be great. Can't though. Don't think that's happening because of all the unnatural light that exists in the world. And the fact that that's just not going to happen. I don't think it'd be cool, but I don't think it is going to happen. And even historically, people didn't. Not everyone had the same sleep cycle because there wasn't capitalism. You didn't have to get up not everyone in the world had to wake up at 9 a.m. or had to be at work at 9 a.m. That's not how the world was structured. And therefore, there was allowances for individual preference and variation within societies and between societies. Which is not really something we have. because everyone has to go to work. Even when you're not at work, you can't act like you never have to work. You still have to maintain a sleep cycle so that on Monday, you're ready to get up at 7 or whatever. Whereas, that one of the reasons we know about people like the ancient Greeks having biphasic sleep cycles is because there's a thing in the Iliad where Homer says that X character doesn't take his first sleep. He just skips straight to his second sleep. Not as like a doesn't in the moment, like doesn't as a pattern of behavior, doesn't take his first sleep. He always just has one big sleep, which makes me think it may have just been a thing that people did, was just have one big sleep sometimes. Some people probably just were like that. Isn't it possible that this was some sort of, hey, okay, here we go, schizo theory time. Evo Psych schizo theory time. Isn't it possible that, bipolar is a circadian rhythm disorder. It's not a mood disorder like depression. It's a circadian rhythm disorder. Look it up. I have bipolar. Isn't it possible that this guy from the Iliad had bipolar? Isn't it possible that just like ADHD is hunter-gatherer genes, and autism and schizophrenia is shamanic genes, autism is whatever, aquatic genes, bipolar is night guard genes. We are the night watch, right? Someone had to be up at night to watch over the camp while the other group was sleeping. Here we go. There we go. That's me. I'm the night watch, bitch.
Take time with me, take time, baby, talk to me with some action. You don't find a place in my passion. Cool down, come on, cool down, please, cool down tonight, cool down, love, cool down.
The music is way too wet. I agree.
Cool down, love, cool down, cool down, please, cool down tonight, cool down, love.
I'm gonna request a song.
Sometimes I want you close, sometimes I want my space. You know I'm gonna call if I need you. It's not my job to please you, no. Never been your average girl. So take time, take time, baby, talk to me.
It takes place.
Cool down,
You want to sit down?
visuals of fireworks when you do that.
You like the flint, the sparks?
Yeah. Sometimes there's a little space of nothing, and then they go.
Yeah.
You see that? I like that. That's fun.
Let's
get some drinks. Let's get some drinks.
What kind of drinks you think? What kind of drinks you think?
That's a question. Same old. Let's get what about a pack of red stripes?
This is pretty good.
Pack of red stripes?
Yeah, they do the trick.
Nourishment?
Hell no.
Help you out?
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, what's your take on all this?
I think the red stripe is the way to be.
The 4 pints?
I think so.
Alright.
I believe I've come to a realization. The internal monologue is just the Tetris effect. You ever, like, for example, play video games all day, like play Minecraft all day or something, and then when you go to sleep and dream, you dream about being in Minecraft, and when you close your eyes, like if you play video games all day, for example, maybe you close your eyes and you're still in the game when you close your eyes. You ever have that? Or the other day, for example, when I was doing Linux stuff in the terminal for all day, when I closed my eyes, I was still in the terminal doing made-up, auto-generated by my brain Linux stuff. Well, when you're doing language all day, every day, then that's what the internal monologue is. It's just your brain keeps doing it. There you go. That's what it is. It's just the Tetris effect for but applied to language because you're doing language all day. Boom.
I bought these bao buns and I don't have a steamer or anything, so here's my plan. Boiling water, greaseproof paper, wax paper shit. We put this all on top of here, right? And then we cover it with this other bigger thing, right? Oh shit.
Almost dropped my phone. Put that there so you can see it. Like, okay. That there. This goes like that. Right? That's the steamer. That's how you make a steamer. Steaming. Ghetto ass steamer. Oh yeah, I'm watching Minecraft. It's so bad. Like they get. I don't know. What, at this point, I just watch it because I'm amused by it. Like at first they were kind of sick, you know, but now they're like so fake that it's like pro wrestling and it's entertaining in a different way, you know. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. This is a success. I have tendies as a backup plan. So yeah. Pot theory did not work. My literally crackpot type thing did not work. So we're switching it up. We're making a new way of steaming it, which is boiling water and just putting the top on and just waiting like, I don't know, I'll just wait maybe 5 minutes or something until I feel like it's ready. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Turn this down. I just want it to be like gently boiling. There we go. We wait 5 minutes until it steams, I guess. I bet these aren't even good and then hella not worth it, by the way. Just pointing that out. I bet these are like kind of shit and not really worth it. So they seem to have conglomerated into some sort of beast attempting to fight back. I think they've declared their independence as a non-entity, or as an entity independent from me, and no longer wish to be categorized as any human category by anthropocentric standards. So we're going to need tongs for this one. This guy's, man, they've gone fuck it. They've really fucked themselves now. Okay. That was step one. Now the problem becomes that they're all attached to the paper and melted at that. There's one. This one's too melted, I think, to do. The others, I believe, are too melted to take apart in one piece. There were 4 here once, but now it's sort of gone into one and a mash-up of the others. Well, I suppose it tastes okay. Like there's whole attachments here. There's whole attachments here. Actually kind of good. So this is what happens when you oversteam your buns. I'm going to wait for them to cool down a bit. And then I suppose I have no choice but to eat them. That's the tendies being ready. Why am I trying to eat that? I know it's going to be too hot. Okay. Maybe some bread on it. Maybe a slice of bread. Because I don't really know. It smells a little cheesy, but it shouldn't be off. Actually, maybe it should. 26th? I believe it's the 26th today. It smells a little cheesy. I'm sure it's fine. There's not really any soy sauce left. But I do have Maggi liquid seasoning, which is kind of close to soy sauce. So I'll just sprinkle some of that on everything. And in addition, what else do I have? Some ketchup, I guess. There we go. Why am I making bread? I don't want necessarily bread with this. Well, whatever. Bread is more for the tendies than anything else. The buns will be good on their own, and then the tendies I can have on a bit of toast or something. That's not too bad. In fact, I would go so far as to say that's kind of good. Hella not worth the price, because these were fairly expensive, but not bad, all things considered.
I'm in a fucking weird headspace. A really fucking weird headspace. I was listening earlier today. I haven't done this for years. But I was listening to MXE trip reports. Haven't listened to any trip reports in ages. And I well, not only MXE, but I was listening to a few trip reports. Some of them, it was spurred on by stumbling across a trip report of a guy who did Duster. You know, like computer Duster stuff, which is really bad and you should not do it. And he also said the same thing, but sounded crazy. Didn't really sound fun, to be honest. Sounded like a seizure. And then from there I ended up listening to listening to some guy on YouTube read out a MXE trip report. And that was kind of intense. Like, he said, I thought it brought up a really interesting philosophical question, right? So this guy, he basically said MXE is like super cheap, like he got it in the first place because it's cheaper than ketamine, and it's not that cheap anymore to my knowledge, but I don't really know about this stuff. And basically he ended up holing with MXE, and basically said it was like incomparable to anything else. It was like, he kept describing it as like godlike, sacred, holy euphoria, like the best, just the best, just like heaven. He basically said that it felt like he was in heaven, and he did it twice, so he knows it wasn't just a fluke. Like, it was just the most amazing thing ever. Like, he said, I have a pretty good life, I have lots of good friends, I have, done a lot of my life, blah blah blah, and none of that compares to the whole. He said that it's just so good that like nothing else even feels significant anymore, because it's like, and I was just thinking, like, and then he was like, what the fuck how do I live with the knowledge that heaven is one line of white powder away? How do I ever go back to my regular life knowing that it's this amazing? And I was thinking, like, the long-term effects of MXE haven't been studied, but I assume since it's a ketamine analog, they're probably fairly similar. But like, imagine if, like, hypothetically, this was the same for everyone. Because, like, firstly, everyone has different brain chemistries, different drugs work differently on different people, so, maybe he specifically has a brain chemistry that means MXE is particularly amazing for him, but it might not be for other people, I don't know. But imagine a world where there's a wonder drug that is the most amazing heavenly thing ever for everyone, and MXE is not physically addictive, doesn't have a come down really, it's cheap, at the time it was readily available, and the side effects aren't too bad. Like, what do you do with, like, imagine if that existed in the world for everyone, and it didn't have the health, like, any health downsides. Like, it had been studied and determined to be safe as like LSD or weed or something, right? What happens to the world after that? Like, there's this experience that anyone can achieve that makes everything else completely insignificant compared to the whole. What happens to society if that becomes, widespread or whatever? I don't know the answer. I was thinking, like, what would I do in that situation? If there was a situation where it's like, here's this wonder drug that I have easy access to, with no real downsides. I mean, obviously MXC does have downsides, but like, imagine if there was one that didn't. Like, what do? Do you just give up on life? I don't know. Kind of fucked me up a little bit, hearing that story. And like, at the end of it, he was just like, what does a human, like, he was just going on, like, talking about, like, how this has affected him, like, such a profound experience of knowing, not even, like, having some crazy revelation like you would on psychedelics, just the fact that it was so euphoric. Like, how do you go back to your normal life, and how do you not just want to, like, constantly do that all the time? And, yeah, I don't know, it just kind of just tripped me out a little bit. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Like, I imagine I've had very, very euphoric experiences on opiates before, and I don't really use opiates, so, you know, like, even though that was a thing, I haven't really been tempted to do it again. It hasn't, because, you know, as euphoric as it wasn't that interesting. Like, you just sort of are blissed out and you can't really do anything, you're just, like, nodding, or whatever. So, I don't know. Like, would I have the mental strength? Like, what happens if that becomes a society-wide thing? Like, everyone has access to this thing. Like, I don't know. Like, what fucking happens? Like, what do you... Like, it's just questions. Questions with no answers. A red light. And now it's a blue light. Whoa. Well, this is fucking trippy. I think this is gonna give me a seizure of some kind. Probably best to not do that.
Bee populations, pollination, and nutrient cycling will ensure that long-term survival prospects for humanity are actually worse than what we'd have under primitivism. One might even call humanity a cancer on the planet, though this may run the risk of positing a false dichotomy between humanity and nature. As for instance, the Carboniferous extinction 300 million years ago, when trees had first appeared in the history of evolution and consumed the planet with a global cooling effect, hostile to the very vegetation that created it. This occurred until the process corrected itself with a mass die-off of plant species. Rather than putting too much CO2 in the atmosphere, the trees took too much CO2 out, resulting in the death of fauna that couldn't adapt to the new colder climate. Yet no one ever calls trees an unnatural cancer in the same way that they call humanity a cancer. In fact, had humans been alive at the time, our relentless industrial activity could have balanced out the oxygenation and prevented mass extinction. There is yet another assumption which we can't too confidently make, as dangerous post-apocalyptic byproducts of our civilization, like radioactive nuclear waste from power plants, still need to be monitored and controlled with high-tech equipment in order to evade that.
The other day, Dodsmoke was talking to me about the new Texas anti-trans bills and stuff like that. And I was basically not worried about it at all. And I'm generally speaking not worried about any of that stuff. And here's why. They're basically short-term, desperate measures. But they won't last because they align themselves directly against capital. This is like the whole point of gender acceleration is that the modern trans movement, specifically male to female transition, it has, through essentially natural selection / the forces of techno-capital, teleoplexy, aligned itself with capital as a survival technique, and so any attempt to, inhibit gender acceleration is going to be an attempt to inhibit capitalism and is therefore going to be wiped the fuck out. To put it simply, without big words, trans women want to create a world where everyone is anime girls, and anyone who fights against that is going to be instantly outcompeted by a world where everyone is fucking anime girls. Right? Like, that no other ideology stands a fucking chance. If what happened was, there was a demand, there has always been an innate human demand. Anime was discovered, not invented, and it was only actually implemented in the year 2002. Anime was discovered in its everything from before 2002 was proto-anime. Everything that came out before 2002 was proto-anime. And then there was a transitionary period between 2002 and 2007, and that 2007 was the birth of anime, right? It was the birth of the discovery of the reification of anime, right? And if cis women won't make it happen, then they're going to get outcompeted in the eternal marketplace by every other gender suddenly springing into existence in order to fill the gap in the market left by not anime girls being real. There is fundamentally no difference between having a waifu, there's no difference between any of these things. Having a VR waifu, like, being in a relationship with a trans woman is being an early adopter of AI anime girlfriends.
One of, if not the main reason I wanted to record this aftermath video in the first place is because I have known in the past that recording a video of cleaning up is a good way to get you to clean up. So the idea was, I'll make the video and it will end with me cleaning up. Now, I'm not sure if you've noticed from the length of this video, but that didn't work out quite how I anticipated. However, it's worked out in a weird way because now I'm like, this video's getting too long, I need to wrap it up. And I said I was going to clean up, so I'm now going to go start cleaning up, specifically because the video's getting too long and I want to finish the fucking video. So, the first thing to do is that these bowls down here are covered in mold. Okay, we need to do this systematically. So the first step is to empty the dishwasher. Then I will put the moldy bowls in the dishwasher because they're a priority. And then I will start gathering trash and putting it in bags, and then we'll see what happens. Okay? I suppose I will speed this bit up, so let me put the camera over here. We've got plenty of charge. Okay, I'm going to record a time lapse.
Okay, so as far as trash goes, it's about the best I can do for now. I need to wash my hands, actually. But that's about the best I can do for now. There's a little bit of trash left over, but I can just take care of that. Like, it's not enough to fill stuff up. yeah, so as far as trash goes, for now, that's the best I can do, I think. My next step is I got all these DVDs out yesterday. I need to put them back. So, I'll just put you there. And put all these, I mean, I don't need any of these DVDs, but why throw them out, you know? I mean, the reason to throw them out is because I don't need them, so I don't know why I said that. I will throw them out when I do my big throwing out session, which I plan to do for a while. One day in the near future, there will be a big throwing stuff out session, during which I will throw a lot of stuff out. Okay. Put this in here. Okay. There we go, that's dealt with. And that should be most of everything. I mean, it's not clean. It's not actually clean or anything, but it is. Doesn't smell like rotting food anymore, which is quite nice. This old package I don't need. I'll put that by the rubbish to remind me. I need to hoover, but it's like a little late for hoovering in my opinion. Don't want to bother people. I'll hoover at some point. Yeah. That's about it for now. I mean, there's more cleaning that needs to be done, but it's limited by the fact that the washing machine's going, and I can't put more stuff, obviously. So I need to continue to do the washing machine stuff. Obviously. For now, what I'm actually going to do is head in. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Zoom in on my chins. For now, what I'm actually going to do is head into here, the bathroom, and cut some of my hair off because I look like a 2000s emo or something. Okay, how do we go about this? Let's just hack away at it, maybe. Make sure my hands are dry so the hair doesn't stick to my hands. I think that's a good start. Okay. Let's just start going at it, I guess. I should line the sink with like paper towels or something. Okay, so I have a paper towel here, and then I have a plastic bag which I will put the hair in afterwards. Okay, let's get back to cutting my hair off. I think a lot of people have a problem with cutting their own hair because they think it's going to look like they cut their own hair. But the thing is, once you embrace the aesthetics of having cut your own hair, then you don't mind that it looks like you cut your own hair, you know? Lane cuts her own hair, so if it's good enough for Lane, it's good enough for me. I guess I'll have a shower after this to get all the hair off. The back, kind of the hardest part, really. You don't really need to look or anything, like you just sort of, if it seems long, you just sort of cut it, and then it's not long anymore. Yeah. Cut some of the sides. Over needle this. None of this is necessary. None of this is necessary. And none of this is necessary. the thing about cutting your own hair, it is never going to be as like neat and tidy as getting a barber to do it. But you get the joy of knowing that you're not funding the scam industry of hairdressing, which is something you can just do by yourself if you're willing to actually do it. And it's not like hard or anything. It's hard, it's hard to make it look professional enough to go into a job interview. It's not hard to just do. I'm very glad that COVID sort of was harsh on the haircutting industry, because they don't deserve to exist. Look, that's how easy it is to cut your fucking hair. It's not like a challenge or anything. Like, it looks a bit terrible, but who fucking cares? Like, it's out of my eyes, it didn't cost me any money. There we go. Shorter hair, happier, no thank you, sort of. Sort of long bits behind the ears here. Guess we can take that, take that. Alright, that seems to have solved that problem a little bit. And there we go. Easy fucking haircut. It's going to look a bit weird until I have a shower. There's kind of a long bit up here that I don't particularly need. Okay, there we go. Done. I'll take you into an area where everything doesn't look like flashing lights. Apparently I don't have one of those. Here, there you go. You can see, it just looks like I had a haircut. It doesn't look like, it's not that bad, right? It just looks like I have short hair now. Anyone could do that. You see how little effort that took? I just, it looks fine. It's bullshit. I'm telling you, the entire hairdressing industry is fucking bullshit. You just cut your own hair for free and it looks fine. And like, if you want to put more, like, I happen to be someone who is, you know, I like the fact that I cut my own hair. I'm proud to not give money to the scam industry of hairdressers, so I don't care if it looks bad because it advertises the fact that I cut my own hair. But I have in the past been less virulent, been less like that, and I've wanted my hair to look good in a more traditional way. And you can also just do that. Like I did it. Like all my videos, if you've been following this channel, there's been some times when I've had kind of nice haircuts. I didn't go to a hairdresser for those. I did them myself. Like if I wanted to, I could shave the sides of this right now, and that would probably look pretty good. I might do that actually. Let me check how much battery, if my shaver has battery, because there's nothing worse than running out of battery after you've just done one side of your head. That should be fine. Let's give it a shot. Okay. There you go. That's one side shaved. Now the other side. How does that look? Yeah, that looks alright. Alright, now this side, let's match it up about. We're talking like here. I have a feeling it's going to run out of battery, but it's sounding a lot less powerful than it did at the start. You know what? Let's give it a little help here. Firstly, let me plug this in. I don't need to record all of this. I'll just show you the end result. We're back in Mohawkville. I think it looks alright. But I'm going to have a shower. My hair is really greasy right now. Here's all the hair. I'll go chuck this out. And I'm going to have a shower. And you will see, and then dry my hair off. And you can see how effective the haircut actually was. Okay. Where did I put the fucking bag? Oh, it's in here. Now, the reason I use even though it looks like, oh, there's just some leftover hair in the sink that didn't get caught with the thing, just use your hands to scrape it up. It will actually get stuck to your hands. So, because of just the natural oils and the little bit of water in the sink, you kind of have to use tissues because, or some sort of disposable thing, because otherwise, or washable thing, I suppose, because otherwise, yeah, you'll never actually get it out. You'll get it out, but it will now be stuck to a new thing, and if that's your hands, hair is really difficult to wash off. You just kind of have to use friction to wash it off, so it's kind of annoying. But there's all the hair in a bag, which I will throw out, and now I will have a shower, which you unfortunately do not get to see. I know many of you have been asking for me to start an OnlyFans, but I'm just not ready for that yet. So I'm going to go have a shower and then style my hair a little bit. And by style it, I mean dry it. That's about it. And then you will see the miraculous trick, how easy it fucking is to cut your own hair. You don't need to rely on some cop to cut your hair for you, or society to tell you how your hair should look. You can cut your own halfway between saying bloody and fucking. You can cut your own bloody fucking bloody hair, and you could do it for free, and it looks fine. But it doesn't look that good right now. You can see I kind of fucked this fringe up a little bit, but who fucking cares? I think it looks fine. And once it's not super greasy, it'll look better. So I'm going to go have a shower. There you go. A haircut that looks okay. I'm not saying it's the greatest haircut in the world, but looks fine. Serves the purpose of being a haircut for free. Easy mode. It's like cleaning up your room, but for your own head. It looks a bit fucked, but that's mostly because my hair is, well, there's two reasons it looks fucked. Firstly, it's fucked. Actually, there's three reasons why it looks fucked. Firstly, it looks scuffed because it's scuffed, because I did it myself really quickly. If I'd taken more care in it, it wouldn't look as scuffed, but this was all for proving a point. Secondly, it looks scuffed because I'm balding, because I am extremely high T. I'm extremely high testosterone male. This is true. I am in the upper, 80th percentile of testosterone, which is why I'm so tall, and why I'm fucking balding at 23. So, yeah, great. It's great being a fucking high T male, man. I've got broad shoulders, and I'm balding. And I get mad. I get fucking mad. Yeah, testosterone. And the third reason is because it's just a new haircut, and hair takes a while to settle into a new haircut. They call it training your hair. So in a couple of days it will have trained to adapt to its new shape, and it will look a little better. But there you go, haircut. First step of room cleaning, or not my room. I haven't really taken any steps to clean my room. As you can see, there's plates and stuff everywhere, but I can't do any of that until the dishwasher finishes. Also, had an idea for a new project. So, these are my headphones. They are Sennheiser something, open back HD 579s. They're very nice headphones. I recommend them. Good price, good value for money, and just very nice headphones. Definitely good enough for professional production stuff. The problem with them, really, is that, which isn't really a problem, but the problem is they have a big jack. They don't have the headphone jack port. They have the quarter-inch. Is that no? I don't remember the sizes, but they have a big They have a big one, the guitar one, right? Because most professional audio interfaces use the big size of jack, like the one I have attached to the back of my ThinkPad uses the big jack, like this Focusrite, which is like the cheapest possible professional audio interface, plugs right in, right? But computers obviously use a headphone size jack, and so I have to use this adapter thing, or this other one, which is nicer because it's made of fully brass, I guess, to adapt it to a smaller size. Problem is, this is how I broke the headphone jack on my old I'm calling it my old ThinkPad, my X220, because I plugged this in, and because it's longer, that means that the lever effect is magnified, so any small force introduced on this side translates to a big force on this tiny little thing, because the headphone jack acts as a fulcrum, and so it snapped it. And I'm very worried that the same thing is going to happen to my new X60. So I'm trying to be very careful with it, but ultimately it's kind of just inevitable that at some point it's going to break, which I really don't fucking want to happen. And I don't like these tiny fucking headphone jacks anyway. They're flimsy and shit. So what if I could, because they're the same thing, like this doesn't have any digital electronics in it or anything. This is just an analog converter. Like it's just basically just a shape. Like it doesn't actually change anything about the signal. They're the same. They're just two sizes of the same thing, right? They look the same. They're the same thing fundamentally. So shouldn't it be possible for me to just take the small one out and replace it with a big one, right? Like I mean, obviously the form factor is going to be a bit of a problem, but it should be possible, right? Like I don't see why it wouldn't be. I'd obviously have to cut a bigger hole in the side. Well, first I'd have to solder it in somehow, cut a bigger hole. It looks like there's enough space. The only thing I'm worried about is the keyboard's kind of there. This area is kind of full of shit. So it'd be, maybe if there's space, and this laptop does have some space in it, like to move it to the front maybe, that seems like a bit of effort. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to fit there because of the keyboard. But I don't mind if it's like jutting out a little bit, or like it doesn't look flush or anything like that. I'm just worried about actually getting it to fit at all, because it's right next to a bunch of other stuff. One of them's a thing. Now, the counterpoint is, one of the things right next to is the microphone in port, which I do not care about. I have no plans of ever plugging a microphone into this computer. So I could remove both of them, and that should hopefully give me enough space if I put it like in between them. Maybe? I'm not entirely sure if this is possible, or how it would work, or how I would even go about it. What I do know is there is a maker space near my house, which I've never been to, but I'm aware of it. It's not near my house, but it's kind of near my house. Like it's not quite within walking distance, but like I can get there, is my point, with relative ease. It wouldn't be a ridiculous journey. And I'm wondering if I don't really know anything about maker spaces, but like I wonder if I could just walk in the door and be like, I have an idea for a project. And they would just be like, all right, give me money so you can use our soldering iron, and we'll let you chill in here and figure it out. Like, wouldn't that be sick? I feel like that would be sick. I don't know if that's how it actually works, but that would be sick if that was how it worked. I need to look into it a bit more. But, okay, is that how we're finishing the fucking video? About talking about a headphone jack? That's kind of whack. I can't finish the video in such a lame way. This has been an odyssey on your behalf. This has been a documentation of the aftermath, so I can't really finish the video in such a lame, normcore fashion. I think, okay, so let me tell you what, oh shit, fuck, got off my computer. No, we're fine. The computer is okay. That's what matters. So, I ended up stumbling across this channel, YouTube channel, called Transhumania. It's a transhumanist YouTube channel, but I found them because they did a video about Nick Land, who is a controversial figure, I was aware, in the transhumanist scene. Now, I stumbled across, he had a video called Nick Land 4 Possible Futures, and I thought it was going to be something specific, but actually it was actually a very well done overview of Land's philosophy, and then the 4 different reactions or possible futures that can outcome from Land's philosophy, which were essentially unconditional accelerationism, NRX, neo-feudalism, / whatever the fuck Dugan believes in, right accelerationism, or what was it exactly? So it was a difference between neo-feudal, so there was, sorry, getting a bit confused here. So it was unconditional accelerationism, primitivism, what he called white accelerationism, which was neo-feudalist stuff like Moldbug and Dugan, and then right accelerationism, which was Nick Land's whole shtick, NRX, sort of anarcho-capitalist type deal, where it's like what I said before about the difference between Land and Moldbug, where Moldbug wants a return to feudalism because he thinks it would be the most stable and best for humanity, whereas Land kind of wants definitely wants balkanization and fragmentation, disintegration in the same sense that Moldbug does, but for completely different reasons, because he doesn't think it would be good for humanity at all, but he thinks it would be good for production, techno-capital, machinic production. It would be good for capitalism, but not good for humans, essentially. And then finally, left accelerationism / Prometheanism / solar punk, which you can very much tell he's into that, from the way that he just, he's very weirdly, for someone who's an anarcho-transhumanist, he's very pro Nick Cernak and Alec Williams, and their book, what the fuck's it called? Something? I forgot what the fuck it's called. You know the one. The left accelerationist book. Now, any anarchist should have a problem with that book, because it is very clearly Leninist statist, very much so. The whole beginning of the book is essentially critiquing anarchists and horizontalists, and being actually you should be a Leninist. Although the book has some good points, I have kind of big problems with it. I think any anarchist who reads it would have big problems with it. I think anyone who reads it should have big problems with it, because there seems to be some obvious problems. But anyway, and then he goes into solar punk, which you should know I'm very critical of, because I think it's sort of this terrible, made-up utopia that is just not only unreachable and impossible, but also undesirable, even if it was possible. So there's that. And then on top of all that, this guy is also a transhumanist, and he's as transhumanists tend to be very against death. And I was just thinking, I'm not really very against, I used to be a transhumanist. That was one of the first philosophies I had, because I sort of thought about merging with machines. I've always been, I don't harp on about it as much as I should anymore because there's always all this other stuff going on in my philosophy and whatever, but I've always been, I call myself a post-humanist, but I'm very much anti-identity. I watched Lane, and I was like, we should all sort of become one with the wired and disintegrate identity, become these anonymous, amorphous, slimy blobs in the wired, and upload our consciousness to the internet type deal. As I did more research into how consciousness works, I am now very much of the opinion that as much as I fucking wish, because it would make my philosophy way better, that the brain was a computer and you could upload consciousness, that is not possible. There's not how consciousness works. There's not how the brain works. It's not how computers work. And so, unfortunately, you can't go about it in that way. Now, I do think that you can go about something similar to it in other ways. Cybernetics isn't just uploading your brain to a computer. I think that disintegrating identity is still a great thing. Anonymity, all of these things are also very good, generally speaking. And, I agree with Nick Cernick and Alec Williams on the idea that we should reduce the work week, although I go as, whatever. That was kind of a tangent back to what I was talking about previously. But so in terms of like transhumanism, I think that with cybernetics and genetic modification and nanotechnology has kind of gone out of the public. There was a while where everyone's kind of freaking out and excited about nanotech, and then it didn't really lead to anything, and everyone's kind of forgotten about it. But it's still like going on. Like it's not like everyone just forgot about it in the academic scientific world. There's still advancements in nanotech happening all the time, and even though it doesn't hit the news anymore, because it's sort of slipped out of the cultural zeitgeist. I mean, you could argue that mRNA vaccines, like the COVID vaccine, are a big advancement in nanotech. And obviously gene modification is only getting better. And I think that these things are worth pursuing, even regardless of their ethical problems, because ethics is made up. And if someone's going to do it regardless, because the whims of capital desire it, or rather, the whims of there's going to be this flow of there's going to be a flow of deterritorialization into the human, into the body, into the space of but I don't know what to call it, biology, I suppose, and that's sort of an inhuman flow that is happening, regardless of what human bioethics actually thinks of it. Hyper-racism is real, and it is coming. The thing I don't really care about with regards to transhumanism, which transhumanists really, really love, is defeating death, whereas I'm kind of pro-death. I think death is fine. I think it's basically, the reason they want to defeat death is because they're humanists, and this is the big disagreement between me and post-humanists and transhumanists, is that I don't think the human as a subject has anything valuable about it, or particularly valuable, more valuable than anything else, but it's been sort of prioritized unfairly, and so I don't think that longevity, mortality extension, or immortality are really particularly desirable goals for humans. Now, on the other hand, technological immortality is important and longevity, but not, that has absolutely nothing to do with the way that transhumanists talk about things, because when I talk about technological longevity, I'm talking about lower powered, more primitive, more simple machines, like a ZX Spectrum or something like that, the right to repair type deal, that sort of thing. Nothing to do with increasingly massively complex machines that are, because of their increased complexity and power consumption, less sustainable and less immortal, less long-lived than simpler machines. Although one can follow from that since I am obviously very pro right to repair and pro what they call permacomputing, that if one can apply that to the human and use it as a critique of the medical industry, which I think is an interesting idea that I just came up with. And hey, give me credit for that. I've never seen that said anywhere else, and I just came up with it. So I think that's pretty cool. You should have the right to repair yourself. You don't have to go to the NHS, to get yourself repaired. You should be able to go to a backstreet Ripper Doc from Cyberpunk 2077, the greatest video game ever made. I should play Netrunner. Why have I never played Netrunner? I think this is the ultimate goal, is anime girls for domesticated anime cat girls for personal use. But I don't think that the human has any value in it, or life has any value in it. You know, it would actually be desirable to become, or for what used to be human to become something that is no longer alive, in the sense that we think of things as alive. I think that would be fine. And death, in terms of death, like one of the big arguments against philosophical nihilism that I've seen retards on the internet use is, philosophical nihilists, they're all about how death doesn't matter and life has no meaning, until you point a gun at them, and then suddenly they're like, oh no, please don't kill me, as if that's a gotcha. But the obvious, like anyone with half a brain can think, well, just because you have animal instincts, just because you have these inherited instinctual amygdala responses from 40 million years ago, doesn't mean anything with regards to the validity of a philosophy. That's just really an appeal to nature, and it's not even a very good appeal to nature. So that doesn't say anything about the validity or invalidity of nihilist philosophy. That's just a non sequitur. There are other arguments against nihilism, but that's not one of them. So in terms of that, that's not, an argument against it. And in terms of death is objectively bad type deal, I point you in the direction of a visual novel called Subarashiki Hibi, where Mamiya Takagi goes on a long rant. And in that rant he says that, death is defined as the lack of experience. So if death is the lack of experience, then we spend our whole lives fearing something that we can never actually experience. We will never actually experience, because death is by definition lack of experience. You can only ever experience approaching death. You can never actually experience death, and therefore there's nothing real, there's nothing experienceable, there's nothing observable about going through the process of death as from a first person perspective. You can only witness the behavioral and physical changes of death from an outside perspective by seeing someone else die, but you can never experience firsthand how would I even put it? You can never experience death, because death is the lack of experience. So in that sense, again, death is not, defeating death. It's not really much of an adversary, because it's not really something. It's just the lack of experience. You can't defeat lack of experience, because non-existence is the base state of you've been non-existent for a lot longer, and you will be non-existent for a lot longer than you've been existent. Even if transhumanists get their say and we all live in robot bodies or whatever that don't die after 100 years, they still probably die after 10 million years or 20 million years or a billion years or 100 billion years, or when the universe collapses. You don't defeat death. You just get longer and longer life. And in my opinion, that's not super desirable outside of animal instincts, lizard brain, amygdala responses. What's the actual point of a longer and longer life? I don't see one. Not from a, even from an emotional point of view, I don't see one. Like, I can understand that you might say, well, it doesn't have to have a logical reason, right? It's just a desire, a libidinal, or it's about the. This is the whole problem with it. It's all about the inherently human desire to like extend humanity's prowess, whereas that's not something that is interesting or useful at all to me. That's something that is just insignificant and kind of the barking up the wrong tree, as it were. So that's why I'm not really a transhumanist. I would like to become something inhuman, but I think that's possible through various technological means. And I was thinking about this earlier, how most societal changes have nothing to do with politics and everything to do with technology. Like women's liberation was actually in large part due to technological changes rather than political changes. Yes, it's almost in a Marxist or like historical materialist sense. It's like before women's liberation could even happen, it was mostly a response to a change in material conditions due to technological progress, rather than it was just sort of like we all decided suddenly 200 years ago to have a vote or have rights or whatever. It was more in the sense that, well, the material conditions weren't right before then for that sort of thing to take place. That change is dependent on technological progress. Mm-hmm. Therefore, I think the idea fundamental to, well, a lot of these technological related philosophies, which you could even include like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in this, is that their goal is not to change the world by it comes back to the thing I was talking about rules without rulers. The goal isn't to change society. The goal is to create the material preconditions for a change in society, and then have society, the people have to do the rest of the work, but they can't do the work before the preconditions are met. And in a sense, I think I agree with that, and in a sense, I think I disagree with that. But because what I disagree with is that firstly, that you can never really know where you are in the historical cycle of things. You can't. I don't think you can have really an objective perspective on these things. It's kind of the problem I have with the historical materialist view, is the materialist bit. I don't think that we can actually experience our material conditions. We can only experience a representation of our material conditions, and so we can't really be a good judge. We can't be trusted to be a judge of our own material conditions, hence why Marxists have been saying capitalism is about to end for 100 years. We just can't know. It could end tomorrow, but it probably won't. I reckon. I personally I just don't really speak on it. I think we have to act as if we're nowhere close to the material collapse of capitalism, because, well, at the end of the day, a lot of these, the historical materialist Marxist thing relies on contradictions, whereas I don't think there is anything to do with contradiction. I think it's more to do with flows, right? Like, for example, the end of feudalism really happened because of a very gradual process of wealth flowing into the hands of merchants, which only happened over a really, really long time, because that was just how feudalism worked, and it just gradually accumulated more and more wealth until eventually it had enough political power to overthrow the monarchy and the aristocracy. And in that sense, I don't know. It was basically an inhuman force. It didn't have anything to do with humans doing anything. It just happened to. It was mostly a mathematical force of economics. I think the same sort of thing's happening here in the modern world, except there is no grand change in power. The power structure that Marxists rely on is that the collective power of the workers, the idea that if everyone goes on strike, then production has to stop. And since capitalists need production to continue in order to get a profit and in order to continue capitalism, then that means that the collective power of the workers outbargains the power of the state and capitalists. However, that's been the case since the beginning of capitalism, and it hasn't really all it's resulted in is incrementally slightly better workers' rights, and even that is debatable because firstly, it didn't apply everywhere. Secondly, in some places it sort of applied and sort of didn't apply. And with neoliberal capitalism, things are different. Like the service economy makes things different. The whole, remember the miners' strike and Margaret Thatcher? Like that changes the whole game. And so, this is the whole thing Marxists are freaking out about now, is that the traditional methods of resistance sort of don't work, and some of them are clinging to them, and some of them are saying, like, we need to start from scratch, like Mark Fisher, and some of them are saying, like, well, we can sort of do a bit of both, and it's all a whole thing, and I just think it's all a whole bunch of bollocks. I like, the way I see it, there's always this slow transfer of power that eventually leads to a change in the mode of production, and we haven't really seen any sort of transfer of power other than more wealth and money and power going to the rich and the capitalists. We haven't seen any other class that has had this level of power. Like, it's clearly not the working class, because otherwise we would have communism by now, because if anything, the workers have been losing power. And I don't know. The only thing I can think of is what Nix argues, that the hacker is the new revolutionary subject, because an individual hacker has the power to bring down an entire continent or an entire country's water supply or something if they are dedicated enough, which is way more power than workers really have in a controlled society. And I think that's somewhat true, but then again, why haven't we really seen that sort of thing? I mean, we've seen hacktivism, but that was largely inconsequential. Like, you look at Edward Snowden and Assange and all of that stuff, and what's actually changed because of the information they leaked? Nothing. You look at Anonymous and LulzSec, what's actually changed? Nothing. The only cyber attacks that seem to make any actual effect in the world are nations attacking each other. Capitalists attacking other capitalists, states attacking other states. It's almost never the average person, the average Joe, or some super hacker doing it for noble reasons or non-noble reasons, The most that happens is someone hacks a hospital and gets them to send them a bunch of Bitcoin in a ransomware attack. Like, that's all you get. That's the most you get. So, I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't have... Like, I would, if I had to hazard some sort of guess, well, I don't really have a guess. Like, I was going to say, like, well, in the case of, like, all of these theorists and whatever talking about how the workers need to rebel haven't really had any impact on what's actually happening, which is what does Zizek call it? I don't remember. But the lying flat movement type thing, the r/anti-work, like people who just refuse to go back to work, who just, like, it's not an organized union effort. It's not campaigning for better working conditions or anything. It's just a disorganized, distributed refusal to work. And it's not the same thing as a general strike or organized union action or anything else. It's a new thing entirely. And I think that, like, is kind of something promising. The I would prefer not to type deal. That's something promising. However, I don't know. I can't say. I think this guy Transhumania hasn't seen. Well, he has seen this interview with Land, because he used it he used a clip from that interview where Land says that his definition of capitalism is just basically whenever his argument is, and I'm pretty sure I'm quoting directly, that you can't get rid of capitalism because capitalism is just whenever you do anything competently. Because if you're doing anything competently, you're getting more in than you're getting more out than you put in. You're getting, which is a profit, and that's capitalism. That's his argument. In which case, the sort of Nick Cernak, Alec Williams type deal, the left accelerationist or non-Landian, non-right-wing accelerationist argument that capital isn't the driving force behind technology production, it's this other deterritorializing force that is just sort of being repressed by capital, as accurate as that may be, that is not what Land's saying, because they're defining capitalism as something different than what Land is defining capitalism as. And the feedback loop of profit or getting more out than you put in is going to stay around for any movement that isn't objectively decelerationist. And I think anyone with half a brain should know that decelerationist movements are doomed to fail. So, whether or not it's capitalism or not capitalism is just a matter of what words you use to describe it. But the same fundamental feedback loop exists in all of these systems. It exists pre-industrially, post-industrially, all of these, under communism, under everything. It's just whether or not, it's just how that, it's sort of the fine details of how that fundamental process, rather how the rewards or how the surplus generated by that fundamental profit process, more out than in process, is distributed. It's not got anything to do with changing the process itself, other than if you're a decelerationist, if you're actively arguing against or if you're actively arguing for smaller, purposefully reducing production, like Kaczynski is or something like that. Like if you're just arguing for communism or solar punk or any of these things, you're not arguing against that force. And I think that's a good position to take. I don't think you should be arguing against that force. But what I'm saying is, as long as you're not arguing against that force, as far as Big Land is concerned, you're a capitalist. You're just a shit capitalist because you don't understand what you're doing. Whereas Land thinks of himself as a really good capitalist because he knows all of this stuff. My opinion on that is God knows. Who fucking knows? So, yeah, there was a bunch of information that I just chucked out. Thanks for watching The Aftermath, Part 1. Will there ever be a 2? Who knows? Who knows? I have a toothache. My tooth is hurty. And my computer still doesn't have LibreBoot on it. So these are all problems that we can solve in the next installment. Tooth hurting and LibreBoot. I don't think anyone's going to get to this section of the video because most of the video is 4 hours of installing Linux. Which I think, is a much better form of activism than anything that any of you people are doing. If I say you people, I'm talking about Marxists or leftists or anyone. I think whatever the fuck I just said. I was about to end the video, but I just wanted to make a very quick point about solar punk. So if you've read my blog, I have a thing called Critique of Solar Punk, a post called Critique of Solar Punk. But then again, I'm still into all of a lot of the ideas, even though I disagree with the utopian idealism of solar punk. I'm still a lot of the stuff that solar punks are into. I'm also into. But the way I see them, the way I see it is that Nick Land's neo-reaction or neo-Cameralism or any of these neo-feudalism or any of these right-wing hyper-capitalist political or forms of organization or whatever are going to win, at least in the short term. And I don't want to die, or I want to be able to survive and thrive a little bit under them. I want to be able to use a computer. As I said at the end of that blog post, I don't care where we're going as long as I can access the wired when I get there. And that's why I'm all for these technologies, is not really for any grand utopian idea, because I think that's all misguided. It's simply as a survivalist. And from a pragmatic point of view, I think that's the best way to keep this stuff for the average person who can, someone who can't afford when energy is more scarce. Because this is the other thing about whatever. I don't need to go on that one. But yeah, thanks for watching. Patreon. Look how much I just did. Is that not deserving of $1 on patreon.com? Link in the description. I think it is deserving of $1. You know, one puny I jest. You don't have to give me any money. You're probably poorer than me anyway. I'm rich. I'm fucking rich. I have so much Bitcoin. This is a joke. I have 0 Bitcoin. Although I'm thinking of putting some of my money into maybe something more stable than Bitcoin. That seems like a stupid idea, actually. I shouldn't do that. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have much money to put into anything. I don't know why I'm talking as if whatever. As if I have the buffer zone that I can afford to lose any money on gambling on cryptocurrencies. Obviously I don't, and I would never actually do that. Anyway, sorry. Let's end the fucking video. Oh my god.